Akhil, you talked about uploading something, but I thought that I will be sharing my screen from my desk. I don't hear you, Akhil. You're on mute.
Yeah, sorry, I meant sharing, but let's ask the organizers when you can do that.
I can share from my screen.
You'll be able to share your slides as soon as we go, or you get called up to do your presentation.
That's great. That's great.
By the way, you want to do a practice run, Rajan? Is it okay to do a practice? I think I did a practice earlier. Is it time to do a practice? Is it time now? Oh, there's,
Thanks.
There's Julius as well. Okay.
So if I.
Okay, there's probably not time to do a practice.
Good morning, colleague.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Julius.
Good morning, colleague.
Good morning, Julius. Nice to see you.
Hi, Rajan.
Your presentation.
Good morning. Nice to see you too.
So, Kurt, if you can hear me, I cannot see the registrants, the participants at the moment. We can just see the panelists. How do I upgrade the panelists? Dr. Kwaku Poku.
Right, you can see the attendees actually coming in now, Prof.
That's right, I can see it now. Thank you.
But this current are coming is 46 now number.
Kwaku, you've been promoted to panelist, so you're now in the panel. Sokna, you've also been promoted to panelist, so now you're on the panel.
Yes, thanks, Professor Rajan. Kwaku, I've promoted you to the panelist grouping for your session, but I am not seeing you in the group. Kwaku, can you hear me?
Mute.
Ah, there you are. I can hear you now.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So Akhil, I think we have everybody that we need to have for this session in the room.
And would I be allowed to share my screen?
Yes, all panelists will be allowed to share the screen at the time of the presentation.
Okay, so join as a panelist, right?
So Kwaku and Akhil, at the moment, we have 67 and counting participants in. So perhaps we'll give it a few more minutes before we start with official proceedings.
Yeah. And Kwaku, you can start immediately with opening and restart. Yeah. And you can just hand over to me. I think Kwaku can start now. Can Kwaku start?
We have 82 participants at this point. You want to get started, Akil? Over to you. You can decide when you're ready to start.
Cool. Yeah, Kwaku, yeah, you can start. Kwaku can start with the meeting.
So I'm just going to start my screen. Okay. Good morning and good afternoon and good evening to all of you. We would like to welcome you to our first ISE Africa Chapter virtual conference this day 2022. I would like to first talk about the chapter and ISE in general. We, as a chapter, are under the ISE, which is the International Society for Environmental Epidemiology. And we are a group of scientists that seek to ensure we do work in environmental epidemiology that makes an impact on research, training, and policy worldwide. The African chapter was established in 2016 by the ISE Council, and our goals reflect that of the global ISE. We seek to promote networking and actions between and across Africa and by Africans and their collaborators, strengthen research to generate knowledge, build capacity in environmental research, and our membership includes all nationals of Africa and associates who work in Africa but not necessarily based in Africa. So we would be happy if you join us in the link that I've provided below, or just search for ISE and navigate to the African chapter and then join us. There are exciting things that you would benefit from being part of ISE and ISE African chapter for that matter. We are led by a team of scientists, and I would want to mention their name. I'm the chair of the African chapter. My name is Kweku Poku Asante. The vice chair is Dr. Morakinyo. We are ably supported by our secretary, Dr. Sylvia Techi. Professor Akil is a counselor, but a vibrant person on the chapter. Professor Becky from Ethiopia is also a counselor and has been very supportive. Dr. Paul Musa is also a counselor from DR Congo, very, very supportive. There are other counselors and ex-official members, Ms. Kansimi, Engineer Zawidi, Dr. Koka, and then Dr. Mustafa from Nigeria. All the counselors and then the executive council members have been very well supported. And I would like to acknowledge all the past executives and counselors as well for the very good effort you have put in place to ensure that the chapter is upheld. This conference was thought about by the council, the executive council of the ISE African chapter. But to get it going, we had this very vibrant team that has worked over the last few months tirelessly to make sure that we are here today. And I would like to say a big thank you to all the members of the team, Professor Akil, who led the team, Dr. Techi, Dr. Naidu, Dr. Sokna, Dr. Nosuku, Dr. Morakinyo, Dr. Luensia Kwating. And I want to mention and say a big thank you to Engineer Nathaniel Wambebe, who also volunteered to support the committee. And we are very excited about what you have put together, and we look forward to hearing the good work that you have done. We would also want to say a big thank you to ISE Global that supported us, gave us guidance, and gave us logistic support. We are grateful for that. The ISE African chapter has been watching keenly and supervising the work of this team, and we are very happy for that also. We have had significant support from University of KwaZulu-Natal, and they are providing the webinar platform, and thanks to them for this. And we want to say a big thank you to all the speakers and session chairs and co-chairs that have accepted to join us for this maiden conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on a continent which is very unique in various ways. One of the things that goes for us is the fact that, yes, we are growing at a fast rate, and it's said that by 2050, our population would have doubled to reach as high as 9.7 billion people. And so we have an opportunity, and this opportunity is the fact that it brings us industrialization, socioeconomic development, urbanization, and many more. However, we note that our continent also has potential challenges if we go along this industrialization and socioeconomic. And there are examples around the world that have shown this kind of trajectory. With regards to environmental health, air pollution, climate change, soil degradation, overexploitation of natural resources, all abundant, biodiversity loss, deforestation, desertification, and oceanic acidification. All these have been postulated to have a huge impact on Africa in the coming years, coupled with a challenging health system. And so we need to do something about it. And what we need to do about it, we need to ensure that we provide evidence-based research to be able to address these challenges that we may likely have in the future. And so I would like to call on our governments. I know that there's a lot of interest in environmental health by our governments. There's also a lot of interest globally, but I'm specifically calling on African governments to ensure that we have the needed resources to address these potential challenges. And we'll be happy to have our partners, our collaborators globally to join us in this effort. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings me to our first ISE Africa Chapter Conference. The Council thought that we should start off with this theme, environmental epidemiology, understanding Africa's environmental health challenges. Our goal is to use our resources as a chapter supported by the ISE Global, supported by our collaborators to address the health problems of Africa. And to address that, we need to understand what the environmental health challenges are. And thus, this theme is appropriate, it's timely, and I'm happy that you all accepted it and are here today. We are looking forward to excited talks ahead over the next 2 days. We are looking forward to 8 plenary talks from expert areas, 32 primary research from a mix of promising junior scientists and senior scientists. And these scientists were carefully selected to encourage networking and also to build up capacity. The interest areas that have been submitted and we'll be hearing about are around air pollution, pesticides and chemicals, climate change and other environmental health issues, water and sanitation. Thanks to all the expert reviewers, Dr. Aditon, Dr. Yabe, Dr. Ngoyi, Mr. Guy, Professor Sise, Professor Julius Fobel, Professor Naidu, and Professor Akil. Thank you all for agreeing to tell us what your thoughts are in these expert areas and what we can do about it in the future. We have many opportunities ahead also. We have about 250 participants already registered to be part of this conference. We would like us to network and connect with speakers. If you try to reach them by Googling their names or by reaching them through other means and you are not able to reach them, please contact our secretariat and we'll be able to support you to network with the individuals. Please also join the chapter, as I said earlier on. You are joining over 1,000 scientists and people of environmental epidemiology who would be a good resource as we grow in our research or as we network and collaborate. We would also encourage you to follow and contribute to discussions on our Twitter handle, which is here at ISE_AfricaC. A YouTube channel is created, but our recordings will go live after the conference. And so we'll ask you to share and then also make sure that you review areas that you are most interested in again, and also to use that to network. We also have a unique opportunity to contribute to an environmental health book, which is being championed by one of our colleagues. And so if you are interested in being an author or co-author to some of the chapters of the book, kindly contact the ISE Africa Secretariat. If you also have the zeal to review the book, you may also be contacted, or you can also contact the ISE African Secretariat. So exciting things ahead over the next 2 days. We also have put together an Excellence Award. Participants who present will all get certificates of participation. We will also provide an award for best presenters, and you wouldn't know who is assessing that, but we have assessors who would grade the presentations, and we will provide the opportunity for the best presenters to participate in the Global ISE conference, which is due next September. And so I'd like to say a big thank you. I'm sure you'll find your language here. My name is Asante, but this Asante that is highlighted over here means thank you in Swahili. So I'd like to say thank you and wish you all the best for this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, Kwaku, for that great opening. And on behalf of myself, I also want to, I'm excited to welcome you to this first ISE conference, the African chapter. And thank you for joining today. And I'm honored to be the chair in the first session, together with my coach, another chair, Dr. Professor Aliyu. Myself, I'm Akil Dalvi. I'm from the University of Cape Town, from this School of Public Health. And like I said, I'll be the chair, I'll be one of the chairs. But I'll hand over to Professor Aliyu to make an introduction, and then we will start the session. I'll introduce the first speaker. Dr. Aliyu. Okay, it seems that Dr. Aliyu hasn't joined us yet, so we'll start off with the first speaker then. I'll introduce the first speaker. So I'm excited to have a pleasure in introducing Professor Rajan Naidu, who is one of the organizing committee members. Professor Naidu is a full professor and head of Department of Occupational and Environmental Health at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. He has been in academic research for over 25 years. His research focuses on occupational and environmental respiratory diseases with projects funded by major national and international agencies, including the National Research Foundation, US National Institute of Health, and European Union. He has been over 100 peer-reviewed publications with presentations at several international conferences. He is the associate editor of the International Arches of Occupational and Environmental Health and the Journal of Occupational Medicine and Toxicology, as well as on the editorial board of the American Journal of Industrial Medicine and Environmental Epidemiology. He has received his postgraduate training in occupational medicine at the University of Cape Town and is doctored at the University of Michigan. He is currently the PI of the Mother and Child in Environment Birth Cohort study, focusing on the impacts of ambient and indoor air pollution on respiratory health of children. He has previously been the PI of several large air pollution and respiratory health studies in South and Southern Africa, funded by international and national agencies. He has been the program director of several capacity development programs in occupational and environmental health in South Africa, including the University of Michigan Fogarty International Center, ITRIO program, aimed at promoting research and training in occupational and environmental health in Southern Africa, and the co-regional program director of the Swedish International Development Agency, funded by the Work and Health in Southern Africa. During the COVID period, he has served as the National Occupational Health and Safety COVID-19 workstream in the National Department of Health, as well as an occupational health and COVID-19 advisor on the statutory tripartite structure, the National Economic Development and Labor Advisory Council. He has been involved in the drafting of the various National Department of Health guidelines for workplaces, as well as the Department of Employment and Labor Direction on COVID-19. So I have the great pleasure in introducing, handing over to Professor Rajan Naidu. His topic today will be air pollution and associated public health effects in Africa.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that long introduction. And a big thank you to both the organizing committee as well as the executive of the Africa chapter for their insight into organizing this very important conference. I've been asked to talk on air pollution and public health in Africa, and particularly to look at the challenges that face us as epidemiologists. The outset, I have no conflicts of interest to declare. When we look at the topic of air pollution and health in Africa, we first need to start off by looking at what are the important drivers of air pollution in Africa. Associated with the rising levels of air pollution are obviously a large burden of health-related effects. But this burden of effects exists within a particular context in Africa, the social determinants of health. And we as researchers have needed to take these into consideration as we determine the types of research projects and the types of initiatives we put into place. When one looks at the drivers of air pollution in Africa, clearly economic development and growth is the most important. Africa's economy is growing at a rate of 6.9% of GDP per year. And as you can see from the slide, we are exceeding even the growth shown in Europe. The biggest impetus for this growth exists within the informal economy. Some countries in Africa, up to 80% of people employed are employed in the informal economy. And together with this rapid growth and dependency on the informal economy means that we look for cheap sources of energy. And these cheap sources of energy, dirty pollutants, are the result of the health effects that we see subsequently. Hand in hand with this economic development is the rapid urbanization that we see. This rapid urbanization means that more and more people are dependent or seeking cheaper sources of energy, and dirty fuels are basically found in over 90 million homes on the African continent. And as this graphic shows by the WHO, this leads to extremely high levels of pollution across the African continent. Some of the highest levels are documented in many of the countries on the continent. But at the same time, despite the continent being so extremely polluted, we know that the measures that we have in place are very limited. There's only a few countries where we have very consistent and well-organized systems of air quality monitoring, meaning that our understanding of the extent of air pollution on the continent is largely sketchy. But despite this lack of information, we are able to extrapolate from a number of different studies, and this analysis of the global burden of disease data in 2019 by Fisher and colleagues clearly show that there are a substantial burden experienced on the continent. 1.1 million deaths are attributed to air pollution on the African continent, contributing to about 16% overall. Interestingly, we see the amount of air pollution from indoor household use declining over the years, but this is being replaced very rapidly by the ambient air pollution, probably largely as a result of the rapid industrialization that I've mentioned already. But at the same time, we know that while mortality is an important indicator, mortality is providing us with an indication of what is going on at the tip of the iceberg. Basically, with this large levels of mortality that we're seeing, it implies that there's substantial burden of ill health as assessed by indicators such as the disability adjusted life years. And this has important implications for the development of the continent as a whole. Turning over to epidemiology, we know that a lot of very important studies have emerged from the continent, from researchers and institutions on the continent over the last 2 decades. And some of the studies I show you here. Many of these focused on the key outcomes of interest, particularly cardiovascular and respiratory, and in keeping with the studies that have emerged over the last 30 to 40 years globally, studies from Africa are clearly showing a relationship with air pollution and respiratory health on one hand, and air pollution and cardiovascular health. And these are both short-term or acute outcomes as well as more chronic outcomes. What's very interesting and useful, however, is the more increased interest being placed on early life impacts of air pollution. So there are a number of birth cohorts that have been launched on the continent, and these are now providing us with very important indicators that air pollution is having an effect at very, very early stages of life. So these studies here, which are showing you that outcomes such as low birth weight, preterm birth, and neonatal death are strongly associated with the air pollution. These have important impacts, as I said earlier, on how the children of our continent grow into the next generation. What's interesting is not stopping just at looking at birth outcomes. The studies are now also starting to investigate early life changes in other organ systems. Lung function is an important indicator because lung function tells us about the growing lung of the young child and the risks for these individuals to have more chronic diseases at later stages of life. So the major birth cohorts that are in the Western Cape, the Drakenstein Child Health Study, the Mother and Child in the Environment in Durban, as well as the Graph study in West Africa and Ghana, show clearly dose-related responses to air pollution and lung function changes. What's important, that these are fine, important indicators, which hopefully we will take to the next stage in understanding how these shape the lung health of children as they enter into later childhood and adulthood. But going one step further, some of these cohorts are now looking at cognitive impacts. The Drakenstein health study that I just mentioned has looked at the cognitive changes, motor, and other language disorders that may be associated with these growing children. And clearly, the evidence is now showing that air pollution is associated with these outcomes. I previously mentioned the analysis of the global burden of disease data by Fisher and colleagues, and they've shown very convincingly that up to 2 billion IQ points were lost in African children in 2019 as a result of air pollution. Now, with these sorts of changes, we clearly have a problem and we clearly have a challenge, particularly in the young children of the continent. This places us in what I call an epidemiological conundrum. How do we as researchers approach the issues around, as environmental epidemiologists, approach the issues around the exposure outcome relationships within the vast challenges that face us on the African continent? We face the challenges of multiple burdens of disease, encapsulated by communicable and non-communicable at a very simplistic level. But we find that these burdens of disease impact across the life course, starting antenatally and progressing through to the geriatric years. Air pollution has no preference. It affects everybody across the life course. So here we have a situation where you have a life course of burden of disease, a life course of exposure to pollutants, and therefore a life course of risk for adverse health outcomes. But on the African continent, we're also straddled with the important social determinants of health. So it's not just air pollution, but it is the other social determinants, such as poor socioeconomic status, lack of adequate education, poor nutrition, and poor access to health services. And it is within these broader contexts that we need to consider as we move forward in designing our epidemiological studies. But that in itself is not sufficient. All of these health issues are located within the different approaches to economic development that we find in the country. Economic development, on the one hand, is critical to address socioeconomic challenges, but on the other hand, the type of economic development may force us in the direction of cheaper sources of energy, contributing to these challenges of health that we find ourselves. So despite the approaches that we may take as epidemiologists, we need to focus on the important aspect about the impact on child health. By 2030, it's expected that the child population of the African continent will be 5 times larger than Europe. By the end of the century, Africa would be housing nearly 50% of the planet's children. And so clearly, if we do not have the correct interventions in place, we do not have the correct policies, and we do not have the correct approaches to addressing epidemiology and the health of the next generation, then we're going to be in a serious problem, particularly as we embark on multiple approaches to development. In conclusion, I'd like to say that we need to think about the epidemiological challenges that we face in a multidisciplinary manner. We need to recognize that the drivers of air pollution are integrated into economic development. We cannot be talking about clean sources of energy without understanding how this is going to influence economic development. We need to decide where these resources are going to come from in order to ensure that we have clean sources of energy. Health outcomes that may be associated with pollution are not in isolation, and they are located within the already existing burdens of disease that are faced on the continent. And therefore, as environmental epidemiologists, we need to move beyond the traditional exposure outcome research paradigms and to think about exactly particularly for Africa, how do the other social determinants of health influence these exposure outcome relationships? Thank you very much for listening and look forward to the engagement and questions at a later stage. Thank you, Chair.
Very much, Rajan. That was a great presentation, very interesting. And I look forward to the discussion afterwards. Just to note that we'll have the questions afterwards, after all the keynote speakers have completed their presentation. We'll have a 20-minute discussion session at the end, and you can raise your hand and pose questions, and then my mic will be given to you to ask the questions. Okay, so we'll move to the next keynote speaker. I've also got great pleasure in inviting Professor Julius Vogel, who is a professor in environmental health with an outstanding academic career at the University of Ghana School of Public Health, having contributed significantly to the field of environmental epidemiology in Ghana and beyond. He has trained more than 80 mentees at undergraduate through to doctoral and postgraduate levels. He is a fellow of the Collegium Zini, an international academy of international renowned fellows in environmental and occupational health, and a fellow of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences. He is the provost of the University of Ghana's College of Health Sciences, having previously served as the dean of the School of Public Health. He is also the interim director of the newly established West African Center for Global Environment and Occupational Health, while concurrently serving as associate scientist at the Barnard Institute for Tropical Medicine in Hamburg. His research focuses on environmental exposure assessment, urban environmental health in low-income economies, and more recently has been involved in research capacity building in environmental and occupational health in West and Central African region. His topic today will be the electronic waste story so far in Africa, implications, and the way forward. And over to Professor Vogel.
Thank you, Professor Akil, and thank you for listening. So let me start to share my screen. 1 second. Okay. Right. So can you see my screen?
We can see it clear.
Okay, good. So thank you. First of all, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to this meeting to give a talk to the audience. I am myself a member of the International Society for Environmental Epidemiology and also a key supporter of the African chapter. My topic today is electronic waste story so far in Africa, the implications and the way forward. And when I began digging into this, I saw why, and from Rajan's talk, I see the reason why this topic was carved like this, because one can never talk about air pollution or African environment or environmental health in general without speaking or actually highlighting the contribution of electronic waste, although a little sparse in Africa. So on record, globally, it's about 53 or almost 54 million metric tons of electronic waste was generated in 2019, and up to 21% increase in just 5 years from the levels in 2016. And this is projected to increase up to like 74 metric tons by 2030, almost doubling in over 16 years period. The countries that are contributing to this global scenario is EU and USA. They are the top producers. China, India, Japan are regarded as moderate producers. Brazil, Mexico, and Russia are low producers. But of course, Africa, although we generate, Africa is currently regarded as negligible producer. And the countries, as you know, we don't, apart from South Africa, Egypt, and a few other countries that are manufacturing electronic waste. So internal generation in Africa is very, very low, as to be regarded as negligible. Of course, the annual global quantities generated in the world makes electronic waste the fastest growing component in the global waste stream. Majority of this waste is dumped in developing countries, which lack recycling infrastructure. And I can say this because of the 53 million tons of e-waste generated in 2019, a little over 17% was collected and recycled. The rest would definitely end up outside the countries that are generating these e-waste. And most often, they are dumped in developing low and middle income countries where recycling infrastructure is neither existent nor poor. What are the methods? The methods that the recyclers, so this slide shows the global movement of electronics waste from the generators to this. And you can see that from the arrows, North America is to the left and it goes beyond this and goes to China area. So if you look at this arrow, I don't have a capacity to use a pointer, but I don't know whether you can see the cursor or not. So North America shifts and it goes to China and also directly to Africa. And basically, and then the majority of it comes from Western Europe. You can see the Western Africa side. You have Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Nigeria, and Benin. We have done studies around in these countries. So the tools, recycling infrastructure, in terms of recycling infrastructure, the e-waste workers use really rudimentary approaches, methods to recycle this. And then over the next few slides, let me try and show you, well, maybe let me quickly go through this and I'll come back and show you the case of Abubushi. So in terms of recycling activities, it takes place in highly concentrated areas and include open burning, manual dismantling, using chisels and hammer. And all these things, e-waste, some of them are fabricated, molded into local cook stoves, as we can see in the picture. You can see this e-waste worker actually have with scrap metal in between the feet, and then a chisel in hand, in the left hand, and then hammer. You can't see this, the upper hand, the right hand is raised. So it's actually raised with a hammer to hit on the head of the chisel. And this is how dismantling process occurs. Now, this is a typical setting where the e-waste and the other scrap materials are actually melted into under huge or high temperatures, where they convert the material such as aluminum parts are subjected to high temperatures, and they melt and they refabricate them into useful products such as cooking utensils and cook stoves. What is the implication of all these recycling activities? So in terms of air pollution, e-waste is nonetheless, or if you like, by no means a top candidate at the league of polluters in the air polluters on the African continent. The studies we conducted over the it was a longitudinal study that started in 2015 over 6 years. We found that filter-based data showed that e-waste workers had breathing zone concentration and like 3 times higher than those compared to those of the controls that we did. I mean, these are people directly working on e-waste, and the workers directly inhale this. And we found out that the breathing zone PM 2.5 was very high and approximately 3 times that of the controls who were not involved in e-waste recycling. The workers' exposure were considerably higher than those obtained by area monitoring. We also have like area monitoring set up in global monitors that are a little away from this. And so, in fact, what we found was that the breathing zone air was poor, and several micrograms in terms of like PM 2.5. So based on real-time measurement, burning tax resulted in exceptionally high PM 2.5 exposures compared to those that were either those that were dismantling or collecting. Workers' exposure, yeah, considerably high. And if you look at this, how we measure the PM 2.5 breathing zone 2.5. You see the picture on the right-hand side. This is an e-waste worker who has a backpack, and on the left shoulder you see a yellow strap, which has one of the data loggers, like monitoring device, and then on the right-hand shoulder you also have another black gadget that is a GoPro camera, and this allowed us to be able to measure PM 2.5 minute per minute, and at the same time, with the help with the utility of the GoPro camera, we're able to take minute per minute pictures to show where we had the highest pollution vis-a-vis, and what with a description of the environment, like with the picture, we're able to describe where the e-waste workers, when moving, which area produced the highest PM, breathing zone PM, based on the pictures. So we analyzed these pictures, photos taken, and the real-time PM measurement to be able to determine locations that had the highest breathing zone. This picture shows a microclimate station that we set up to be able to monitor all other climate parameters, including PM, including temperature, humidity, wind speed, wind direction. We're able to tell dispersion of PM that were PM air particles that were produced, and where they moved, and what gave the most direct exposure based on the direction of the wind. The on-site, for example, we found out that the average on-site PM 2.5 was twice as high and much higher than those that were monitored by the stationary stations that we also set up far away from the recycling site. To PM2 exposure during long period of non-work related activities also exceeded the WHO standard by far. And you see some of the publications that came from the studies You can see the first is the air quality impact on e-waste side, and using flexible and moderate and low quality apparatus to do basically set up that the research team, our group actually, in collaboration with University of Michigan and McGill, we set up and we conducted those studies. We also found out that a 10 microgram increase in PM 2.5 was associated with decreases in PEF and FEF by 13% and 26.6% respectively. And so we were able to tell that e-waste burning and a history of asthma significantly predicted a decrease in PEF by 14% and FEVI1 by 35% among the e-waste and the burners who had the highest listen. The right-hand side is publication that we also listen. So what are the challenges with e-waste as a contributor of environmental pollution or air pollution on the African continent? One is that policy to limit such noxious emissions sources and to protect workers that are well established, although we know they are well established in developed nations. On the African continent, none at all or only poorly or weak infrastructure currently exists. And these include also other low and middle income countries. Another challenge is that currently we have poor coordination among state actors where even such policies exist. For example, in Ghana, I use the case for Ghana, the Metropolitan Assembly does monitor and try to regulate the e-waste workers. The Ghana Environmental Protection Agency also does that. And we, Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology, and listen, they also run. So if these are the three key state actors that regulate this, and we found that their activities are not well linked, they are not coordinated, and often this leads to either one over monitoring, and so creating tension between the e-waste workers and governmental agencies, or even conflict between the governmental agencies themselves. The other challenge is that there's current lack of agreement on best strategies to adopt. While EPA actually focuses on regulatory mechanism and command and control this thing, the weakness we see in their approach is that they lack incentive-based policies, which may be very effective in controlling this kind of informal sector activity. We also think that way forward, we think that to avoid the spread of side activities to outside recycling site, we think there is a need for convergence of regulatory and economy-based incentives among the key state policies that we think can work. And this should be backed by crucial steps for effective policies and impactful actions, which include not only building awareness and consensus across landscape of multiple stakeholders, but also to develop community support through networking, identification of preferable practices, and opportunities to implement changes where such changes may be deemed to elicit impactful outcomes or with clear and demonstrable benefits to the e-waste workers. We think that with that, if e-waste workers see demonstrable benefits, then they are likely to comply. In conclusion, of course, I will conclude, but I have a small trailer, a video to share, and I just want to run this. In conclusion, trying to resolve e-waste problem on the African continent will require a little global approach, which means that e-waste work should be fashioned within the informal sector which is a major holder of global burden of disease in the 21st century. Evidence of growing hazards, work conditions, and diverse sources of environmental pollution of a considerable global health is associated with this sector. So we think that to really effectively handle or deal with e-waste work, there's a need for upstream and downstream solutions, which are therefore urgently needed to redesign the structures in the informal sector economy to actually reflect the realities on the ground. And addressing the health challenges in this sector will require not only just impactful policies, but an interdisciplinary cooperation among the multiple international stakeholders. Let me quickly acknowledge Fogarty International Center and NIH and Canada's International Development Research Center that funded, that provides support for our activities and work at the e-waste sector. Let me quickly, before I say thank you, let me rush and show you a typical life at Agubushi. So I'm trying to show you a trailer, a small video, a small film that will give you, yeah. Can you see the screen? Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can see the screen, but the video is not playing.
It's not, okay, it's not live. Let me try and. Okay. Can you see it live? Hello?
Southern is a tough place.
Can you
Yes,
see
we
it
can
now?
see it. We can see it live. We can see it live here.
Okay. So this is a short trailer,
I just want to be in a
which
place
shows
where I don't
a
have to worry
typical
about
day
the fear.
at Agubushi, where we have the largest e-waste recycling site.
Sorry, Julius.
Yes.
We probably need to finish off.
For me, it is a good thing.
Okay. Did you want me to mute? Rajan?
We're running late, Jim.
Within the next 45 seconds, we should be done. All right, so that's it for live at Agubushi. And I want to thank the organizers again and thank you, audience, for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that great presentation, Julius. Thank you very much for that. I just want to know, is my sound, and apologies, apparently my sound was not very good when I introduced you, so I apologize for that. Is it now better? Can you hear me?
Yes, it's very clear now, Akil. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. So I just want to know, okay, and apologies for the bad audio at the start when introducing you. So we move to the next speaker. I just want to know if Professor Aliyu has joined. I can't make out from the participants who have joined, so he can chair. Professor Aliyu, have you joined the conference?
He is still not on. I've been checking.
Okay. Okay, then I will introduce the next speaker. I have Again, a pleasure in introducing Professor Galadi of CSE. He's a professor in sanitary engineering and environmental epidemiology and head of the Ecosystem Health Sciences Unit in the Department of Epidemiology and Public Health at the Swiss Tropical and Public Health Institute, University of Basel. He holds a postgraduate degree, a postgraduate sanitary engineering, a master's in environmental health, a PhD in sanitary engineering, and a certificate of advanced studies in disaster risk reduction from the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Lausanne, Switzerland. Before joining Swiss TPH, he worked in for more than 20 years based in his original country, the West African region, and is successively the head of the National Service of Hygiene and Sanitation in the Ministry of Health, Mauritania, for 5 years, and professor and head of sanitary engineering in the Department in the African Engineering School of Burkina Faso. Also coordinator of the Regional Research Program on Sustainable Development, Global Change and Health Linkage, and director of the Swiss Center for Scientific Research. For more than 25 years, he is engaged in eco-epidemiology research, exploring the links between water quality, environmental pollution, climate change, and environmental sensitive diseases. He teaches and directs research work, in particular on climate change and health, disaster and public health, sustainable development goals. He is the author of several publications and supervised works of a number of young researchers in Switzerland and from other continents as well. He is a member of ISEE for several years now and has played a leading role in a formal setup of the ISE African chapter. He has been the co-chair of the 5th World Sustainable Forum and contributed in many international conferences and panels of experts on waste, environment, ecosystem, climate change, and health challenges, particularly in the African continent. He is a member of the Environmental Panel on Climate Change, Working Group 2 on the Impact, Adaptation, and Vulnerability for the Ipcc 6th Assessment Report, as coordinating lead author on Chapter 7 of that report. So I'm very pleased to welcome him, and the title of his presentation today will be Climate Change and Health, a few highlights from the Ipcc new assessment of impacts, risk adaptation, and climate resilient development pathways.
Thank you very much, Professor Akel, for this introduction. And I want to express my deep thanks to the organizing committee and to the Africa Chapter Executive Council for inviting me to deliver this keynote. So I am trying to present a few slides about Ipcc with the hope that at the next round we have more members of the ICE taking part to the process. So Ipcc has been founded in 1988. The mission is to assess the information coming from the literature and the evidence existing on the major questions. And its principle is to be neutral and to respect policy, because they end up with that the messages in the hands of policymakers. And for these principles and the way it's working, it received the Nobel Prize in 2007 as a major contribution to the planet future. So the first lead of the meeting of the 6th assessment report took place for the working group 2 in Durban in January 2019. And it's composed of 270 lead authors coming from 67 countries. And the report, after several years of work, has been released in February. It means almost 8 years after the F5 that was released in 2014. And it was composed of 18 chapters. We have 7 sectoral chapters. It's where health chapter is sitting. And the 7 regional chapters where also the Africa chapter is sitting. So here I'm trying to draw from those chapters climate change and health assessment at global level, and try to take you through a few highlights for Africa and end up with a few slides on solutions. For the first part, the work has been undertaken by 13 lead authors with 2 coordinating lead authors, but more than 60 contributing authors. And chapter 7 went through observed impacts, projected risks, and solutions, considering this popular diagram that Ipcc is promoting, which shows that risk is coming from the superposition of factors coming from vulnerability, hazards, and exposure. What is the main message from the Ipcc 6, chapter 7, and that is also appearing in the synthesis for policymakers? With regard to observed, climate change has adversely affected physical health of people globally and mental health of people in the assessed regions, all in a very high confidence. And this assessment went through the categorization across communicable diseases, non-communicable disease, and disruption and injuries. And there is an interesting graph in the report that is plotting the observed impacts of climate change on human systems. And we look at infectious diseases, heat, malnutrition, and others, mental health and displacement. And as you can see, be it for global or for Africa specifically, the confidence in attribution to climate change ranges from high or very high to medium, and the impacts are showing increasing adverse impacts with confidence. For the projection, the main statement is that the climate change and related extreme events will significantly increase ill health and premature death from the near to the long term. And this is particularly documented now for foodborne, vector-borne, and vector-borne diseases, with a particular emphasis on the dengue risk in the future, but also the increasing risks for exposure to heat waves worldwide. And mental health has also been widely emphasized as a future projected risk. But all these risks will be severe depending on vulnerabilities in particular. So there is a record in the assessment of increased vulnerability to climate impacts on health and well-being that is experienced by specific groups and locations. And among these, you have the gender-based categories like women and girls, children, elderly, but also many socioeconomically marginalized population with disabilities, small islands or locations, indigenous people as specific groups. So what from this global, future, how do we emphasize on a few specific things from Africa? In chapter 9, which also was a collective effort from 11 lead authors, with 3 coordinating lead authors and more than 60 contributors also. They went through not only observers and project risk, but across sectors, impact on sectors in the region, and also emphasizing the specific vulnerabilities for Africa before ending with some solutions. The few things that I want to plot here, first, climatic regions in Africa show that it's a very diverse climatic continent. So here you can see that the Ipcc dividing the continent across 5 major climatic subregions: North, West, Central, East, and South. And when it comes to maybe subdividing some regions, it ends up with 9 subzones in total. For population density, and I think the president of the committee has already plotted the urban challenge in Africa. We can see here the density is concentrated in some places. It's the most rapidly urbanized region as something to consider for the future. And when you look at the some climatic variables for temperature mean, for instance, You see that there is an increase for the period 1980 to 2015 that is appearing very much represented in this chart, that everywhere is becoming red. And if you look at the number of people affected by drought in Africa between 2010 and 2020, you see again that the number of people affected follow somehow the density map that I showed earlier when you overlap it with this temperature increase that is shown in the figure on the left side. Then if you come to precipitation, you can also hear that the precipitation increase per decade is appearing in the map on the left side. And if you look at also the number of affected by floods, it's somehow also illustrating the increase of this precipitation, but also the population density graph that you have seen earlier. So what are the major messages from the Africa chapter? With regard to observed impacts, it's stated that climate variability and change already negatively impacts the health of tens of millions of Africans through exposure to non-optimal temperatures and extreme weather, and increases the range of transmission of infectious diseases. All this in a very high confidence. For the projected risks, the Africa chapter highlighted a few trends that are across the categories that the chapter 7 has followed or have set. But most importantly, I want to highlight two things on this on the wide range of projected risks. The Africa chapter states that mortality and morbidity will escalate with further global warming, and particularly populations of Aedes aegypti and Aedes albopictus mosquitoes, and epidemics of dengue and yellow fever and other Aedes-borne viruses are expected to increase, including at high altitude. Second strong warning statement is that climatic conditions that are favorable for mosquitoes, combined with the increase of animal trade, may result in the expansion of the geographic range of zoonotic diseases like the Rift Valley fever. Now, when it comes to solutions, be it for the continent or for worldwide, there are a few key messages from the Ipcc ISS. The first message is that there are feasible and effective adaptation options, and each chapters and sections provide some examples. But the challenge is to build climate resilience in health systems that is able to protect and promote human health and well-being in a world that is becoming more and more impacted by climate change. In fact, transitioning towards equitable, low-carbon societies will have multiple benefits for health and well-being, and then health sector is invited to support the climate resilient transition. And this graph is symbolized or representing what is it about. We need to make efforts at the level of health sector. It has to do its own efforts for adaptation, but we need that the health sector supports the adaptation efforts in other sectors. And it's about combining, strengthening climate resiliency of health systems itself, but also maintaining health into other sectors. Health ministers or people in charge of health in countries are invited to support the elaboration of their national adaptation plans, but also to support the movement for a climate resilient development pathways everywhere, and because this will have a lot of benefits. So the main challenges that are coming out from it, and which is particularly resonating or bringing the ears of the ISE chapter Africa members, is that we need to support wise policies development in our countries, and this is possible when we can bring evidence with science and data. But we know also that everything is depending on finance, and the report has also emphasized the finance gap that is existing, not only for the continent as a whole, for all the sectors, but more specifically again for health, because if they look at all the funding that is coming from the multilateral funding agencies, so far it's only less than 1%, 0.5 from some sources that is going to health-related projects. And then the next area of challenge is research, and research in Africa is challenging. It's also linked to the two first challenges that I listed. So to end up, I want to put this map in front of the Africa chapter members. If you look at the cultural research funding, you see that it's focused on a few countries, and the gap is very much important. So I hope that the ICA Africa chapter members could go on playing a major role in filling these gaps, and also I hope to see them being more involved, more of them involved in the next Ipcc assessment report processes. So thank you very much again for giving me this opportunity. Do you hear me, Akhil?
Yes, I'm giving over to Professor Aliyu. Your mic is muted, Professor Aliyu. Thanks for that great presentation, Claudia. But I'm handing over now to Professor Aliyu.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So the next speaker will be Mr. Guy Mbayo. And Guy Mbayo is a technical officer for WASH and acting team lead climate change, health and environment, WHO office for Africa, based in Brazzaville, Congo. Mr. Mbayo holds a master's degree in environmental engineering and project management from the University of Leeds, has facilitated several workshops and conferences, and conducted several feasibility studies, design, procurement, and the supervision of water and sanitation interventions. Has worked in internationally with over 30 years of experience, and traveled over 3 continents, Africa, Asia, and Eastern Europe. Has also provided communities, refugees, and displaced persons with emergencies or development assistance, managed projects of worth between $1 to $8 million US per year, including adaptation to and the mitigation of adverse effects of climate change. For decades now, he has explored the power of multidisciplinary delivery of public health services, coupling various sectors' contributions, team efforts, and capitalizing on leadership, technology, know-how, and the knowledge transfer. Has also offered services to several renowned organizations globally: UNHCR, Catholic Relief Services, Oxfam, UNICEF, and WHO. So it is my pleasure to present to you Mr. Guy Mbayo. You have the floor now.
Thank you very much, Professor Alhaji Aliyu. I think it's a real privilege for me to be able to address you today at the occasion of the first virtual ICEE Africa Chapter Conference It is indeed a pleasure to be associated to all those professors that have addressed us before me. And I will just be making a small contribution on behalf of WHO. Could you advise if you are able to see my full screen slide? Yes, so I can proceed. Now, WHO cover Africa in a different way, as from the WHO Afro office here in Brazzaville, we only cover 47 countries. And the map there shows those countries. And we essentially support them around key areas, one being the development and promotion of norms and standards. We provide technical and policy guidance. We support the generation and sharing of knowledge and intelligence. And indeed, we convene partners and facilitate alignment with country priorities. So it's eventually much on the account of the third point that we have been associated to this conference. According to WHO, 29% of deaths in Africa are actually linked to the environment. And in your right, you could see that the 10 top causes of those deaths that are linked to the environment are ranked, with respiratory infections being the biggest, diarrhea following next, malaria, ischemic heart disease, road injuries, stroke, neonatal condition, and till we go to dengue. I have listed a dozen of challenges, but again, as was the Professor Afobil saying, those challenges at the same time could be seen as opportunities. For that matter, we were saying that environmental risk amount to 29% of disease burden. Despite that, we can see that within the health sector, they are not yet acting accordingly. Budgeting does not follow. Most of the budget still goes toward medical-like interventions than to intervention that are linked to the built environment or the environment in general. We are still having issues around cooperation and coordination with other sectors. As to build health, we need all the other sectors: environment, economy, finances, planning, etc., transport. We are also saying that human and natural environment interactions have not been well managed. We have seen lately pandemics like COVID-19 and Ebola that are a product of that unease interaction. We are seeing recurrence and acuity of extreme events, including impact on climate change. Professor Cisse has just explained us, it was a very latest report on that issue. And the prevention and health promotion, including for health and environment, are a challenge. We needed to make sure that people during COVID-19 had increased their pattern of washing their hands with water and soap. But again, the process was certainly hindered by other issues. From COP29, we actually agreed and recognized that there is a need to make every effort to work around the resilient low carbon health system, and we are supporting countries to do so. The list is long. I will list again the use, manufacturing, import of WHO 10 chemicals of major public health concern. We talk here about lead, we talk about mercury, etc. And linking as well to the presentation of Professor Fobil, donation of second-hand equipment, importation of pre-owned goods with huge ramification on waste management, with the dumping that we know, and as well on health. Health in energy and transport system development is indeed a challenge as well as an opportunity. We know of accidental and deliberate release and spill of chemicals. Data, yes, data, we have gaps, and even for those data that we have, there is an issue of completeness and limited capacity for implementation of international health regulations. I see here, especially during health emergencies and outbreak, and that including the time we have a chemical event. To recall, during COVID, back in 2020, we had a ship at the coast of Mauritius that had a spill of all its fuel, and with all the limitation that goes around, we were called to support in a multi-agency mission the country. Now, at WHO, we are saying that environmental health is key to achieving SDG 3, but yet progress to date is uneven. The way we work, we list key performance indicators, and among those we have at least 4 that we steadily monitor in terms of health and environment, and those are clean household fuel, safe sanitation, ambient air quality, and safe drinking water. On your left, you will see that to date, the level at which people in Africa are benefiting of those indicators, or the work around those indicators, is in blue, and in gold color where we think we need to get by 2030. And you can see for all the 4, we are far beyond target, behind, I meant to say. And when we look at the progress we have made from 2018 to 2020 for clean household, it is still mitigated. We have even 10 countries that have known a negative progress, while 9 has made barely any progress. And that's more or less the same situation for the other key performance indicator. And it is even worse when it comes to ambient air quality. And yes, I know efforts are being made to even start first by monitoring it, because the solution is of a problem start by being able to acknowledge that the problem is a problem. And in this process, we come out with solution, and the way WHO supports the process is first, we attempt to enhance capacity of the health sector for leadership and coordination in health matters, but with a cross-sectoral scope. We think of the learning, the monitoring processes, the integration of health in all programs, and the identification and support provision and provision of technical support. The greening of healthcare facilities is also a priority, as we were saying that we will be supporting too. We also try to influence policy choices that our government are making. We engage in policy dialogue. We provide guidance on health and other governance mechanisms. We support and assist in integration of standard international regulations. And indeed, we monitor all environmental risks. We also stimulate urban governance. Now, as it stands today, we know what is needed to be done. We have tools that have been developed besides the norms that we have supported to have. And lately, with other agencies like UN Environment Program, UNICEF, UNDP, and others, we have developed a compendium of that provide a guidance on health and environment. You have inside that the guidance more than 500 prioritized action on healthy environment. It is an easy-to-use repository of resources. Anybody can access it, decision makers, policy makers, and it covers all the major areas of health and environment in order to prevent diseases. It will be updated this year because this is a version that is available since 2019. Now, the work that we do in health and environment is actually developed to support the implementation of the Libreville Declaration on Health and Environment in the continent. And it is supported under the umbrella of the Health and Environment Strategic Alliance. And to be able to proceed, influence a member state, we usually develop a number of resolutions that are endorsed by our ministries of health at the occasion of what we call a regional committee meeting for health. And there we have a framework for public health adaptation to climate change that was adopted in 2011. And we had also a regional strategy for the management of environmental determinant of human health in our region. That one is expired, and we are set to submit in August this year, that in a few months, in a month, an updated regional strategy for the management of environmental determinant of health in the African region. Sorry. And at the very last interministerial conference on health and environment, we had adopted a strategic action plan on health and environment that we are currently implementing. So I will stop my talk there and return the floor to you, Professor Aliyu. And again, thank you very much for having given me the opportunity to talk to this very big public. Thank you very much again. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mbayo. So I think we've come to the end of this key panel one, these presentations. I'm sorry I joined lately. The first two speakers have already taken their floor before I could join in. And so Mr. Mbayo is the last speaker for this panel, this presentation. So the floor now is open for panel discussion.
Could I just suggest, since we are running late, we're quite over 30 minutes late. The panel session was supposed to be over 20 minutes. Can we reduce it to 10 minutes? And then the next session will therefore start a bit later. And also, I also probably reduce the break as well. Let's have the panel session for over 10 minutes.
Okay.
I guess I suggest that whoever wants to ask questions, raise their hands, and then the mic will be given over to them. Any questions? Okay, maybe I could start off with a question.
There's a hand, Christian Lokotolo.
Okay. Lokotolo.
I hope you hear me. Thanks very much for the presentations. It was really very academic and helpful. But I have two questions, one for the last presenter and another for the first presenter. I would like to start with Mr. Guy. It's quite clear that WHO, the World Health Organization, has many framework intervention to try to solve the problem of that you have you said about the environmental health issues. But let me tell you that from the perspective of a junior researcher, we are still seeing WHO a bit far from the academic world. WHO seems to be more political than backing up the academic approach that can help in bridging the gap that you are noticing. So I would like to understand what are the strategies, the mechanism that the WHO is putting in place to back up the local researches, the local research on environmental health. The question for the first presenter, you said about the drivers of air pollution and showing with two figures how the air pollution tried to decline, but a household air pollution declined, but at the same time, ambient air pollution has raised up. So you try to talk about the economical drivers through that. I would like to know if you also consider the effect of transboundary pollution, air pollution, because most of the time, air pollution that we are getting from different countries in Africa may not be produced from the local emission. It may also come from the other continent. Do you consider the aspect of transboundary pollution in epidemiological understanding of the health effect of air pollution? Thanks very much.
Chair, through you, if I could respond. So I think that point about
Go ahead.
air pollution from other countries and possibly even from other continents is quite important. And I think this is the reason why we speak about global strategies. And as Professor Gugliardo mentioned about us getting together at the various Congress of Parties, etc., to try to develop national and sort of planetary approaches to this. But I think also very importantly is that we've got to look within our own countries to see exactly what we can do to resolve issues, because if each of the countries do develop policies and do abide by the international agreements, then we will be addressing the challenges of air pollution globally. Thank you.
Thank you.
Professor Al-Haji, if I may.
Professor Sise, the audience is requesting if you can kindly share your presentation with them. I've just seen that on the chat.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I will respond. Yes, thank you.
So the secretariat, when you finish, you can transfer to the secretariat to share with the audience. Thank you very much. Questions, contributions?
Professor Halaji, I wanted to address the first question that was addressed to me.
Okay, Mr. Ambayo, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you very much for the question. Now, I would just refer you to the role that we were assigned to ourselves. Yes, we support policies, and to do so, we work with ministries, and we have channels to do that indeed. Now, we also have this role of generation and sharing of knowledge and intelligence, and for which indeed we rely on the academic people like yourself, the young ones and the senior ones. And we have what we call centers of excellence with which WHO work to be able to develop all the norms that we, at the end of the day, support implementation of. And in that process, we do indeed engage universities. We attempt also through the political wing to influence the changes in the education sector to ensure, for example, that now we have more and more people trained effectively in those fields of health and environment, not only on environment or only on health. And that is a second line. But again, we are sparing no effort to succeed, to bridge from policy development to actual practice. And all that we say is based on evidence, and the evidence is only the researchers that can build it. And we support publications by researchers. And I think we are still required to make more effort indeed, especially for the African continent, because we bear the biggest burden. But again, most of the research that is conducted today, unfortunately, it is not from our own researchers, and it is not within our own universities. So we are making that effort yet, but we are not there yet. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Professor Naidu, there's a question for you that states, in your experience, how do we address the issues of economic growth, tackling air pollution issues in Africa? Professor Naidu?
So that's the sort of multi-billion-dollar question, and it basically goes to the core of the economic strategies that different countries may follow. And so, for example, one can speak about very much the experiences that we have in South Africa. South Africa has these vast resources of coal, which allows us to have a very cheap energy source. But we know that it is also the dirtiest energy source. And in order for us to move away from that, it becomes a very painful process in that you have to then increase the cost of electricity, both to the private sector in terms of their attempts at starting new businesses, but also in terms of communities who are struggling with the sort of financial struggles that they experience. So you have to find a balance between the cheap energy sources and economic needs of communities. And really, this has to be, a multi-stakeholder discussion within each country. It cannot be either big business or it cannot be government making the decisions on their own. You've got to involve all stakeholders to make sure that you understand how you move from the dirty energy sources to the cleaner energy sources. In South Africa, for example, the president has established what is called the Presidential Climate Commission, which is tasked with addressing issues of just transition. So, for example, how do you move away from dependency on coal and move towards cleaner energy, but at the same time make sure you don't have a massive impact on communities in terms of job losses, in terms of their ability to access energy. So it's a difficult question, but it's a question that requires multi-stakeholder approaches, and hopefully countries and governments approach it in this manner.
Thank you very much. Professor Julius Sobil, this question is being referred to you. Are there existing tools to measure the extent of air pollution, for example, in e-waste sites, electronic waste sites? And two, can we use a monitor to measure how far pollutants go from point of exposure? You have the floor.
Okay, thank you for the question. Yes, there are tools. There are actually personal air monitors. There are also stationary monitors. And for what we use in Agbogbloshie, we had a combination of two. In fact, the third one, the one by the aviation industry, there's also a air monitor station at the international airport. That is an international one. So part of the data that we generated, we actually put the way we looked at the gaps, and then we got data from the international station, air monitoring station at the international airport. We did fixed site air monitors, which were three: the upstream, downstream, and then the area, the recycling area site. So yes, there are tools for measuring that directly. Some of them, Aeroset computer can just measure count data, and it's digital. Which we put in the backpack that the e-waste monitor, e-waste worker wore. We also have some at the fixed site. So yes, there are. The other question was, I didn't quite get the other question. What was the other question?
Are there existing tools to measure the extent of air pollution from, example, electronic waste sites? Existing tools.
Well, this is a tricky question, one, because we actually attempted to measure so that's why we use the different side. So the upstream side is above, like up the wind direction. So we had a station that was just mounted like up the wind. Well, if the wind blows from southwestern direction and from the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, so relatively unpolluted. So we measure the pollutants air concentration there, and then at the e-waste recycling site, and then downstream. So if you wanted, you can't get an instrument that can really just measure an e-waste, the contribution of e-waste. But with the combination of, or the design that we did, you are able to measure the concentration due to e-waste or recycling activities. For example, the air blowing from the sea will be relatively uncontaminated. So the site, the upstream site gets that. And the downstream, the area for the site equipment or the site, the e-waste recycling site area monitor will also measure directly what comes from the e-waste activity. Then we look at downstream side, and as it moves away from e-waste side, again, the concentration decreases. So yes, with the combination of the three, you are able to get the contribution to this, but you cannot get one equipment and just get a single instrument cannot be used to measure that. The other difficulty is that some of the methods that we have available to measure the exposures, we use target-based exposures, and of course, what we use, they are not target-based because they are still within the environment. But the one thing that if we collect blood sample or urine sample and you measure dose of the pollutants, you do not know whether these pollutants are coming from e-waste specific sources or other important sources such as vehicular traffic, pollution from exhaust, cars exhaust fumes can also contribute to this. So what we do, some of the challenges, the limitation of the measures that we faced was that maybe we needed to do speciation studies, which we haven't done yet. So we need further listen to be able to say, well, this is e-waste specific sources and that they are contributing. But for now, no, You can't get any instrument, a single instrument to take measures of e-waste based air pollution.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I must apologize to others. There are several questions that are on the chat we cannot take because time is not on our side. Professor Akil,
Yes,
can you take over?
Yes, thank you very much for that. Yeah, unfortunately, we have to end the session. This has been a great session. I thank all the speakers for their very high quality presentations and very interesting panel discussion. Unfortunately, we are running late and we have to start the next session, but thank you very much for all the speakers. So I'll hand over now to the chairs for the next session. Thank you.
Daddy,
if I'm done, I'll tell you when we go. Okay.
Sorry, I have Dr. Kwansha.
Dr. Kwansa and Dr. Hari Prasad, please take over.
I'm Dr. Hari Prasad. Just waiting for my chair, Dr. Reginald, to come on. In the meantime, I'll just introduce myself. I'm Dr. Sujatha Hari Prasad, a qualified medical doctor specializing in occupational medicine and environmental health. I'm based at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, that's in Durban, South Africa. Thank you for having me on as a chair for the session. Welcome to our first abstract session of the IC Africa chapter. I'm not sure if Dr. Reginald is on, maybe he can take over.
Dr. Kwansa, are you able to talk? We cannot hear you at the moment.
I suggest then that Sujatha, that you do the chairing so long as while we're waiting for Reginald.
Okay, so our first speaker today will be from the University of Venda, South Africa, RJ Novella, and the topic is temporal characteristics and health risk assessment of PM 2.5 in ambient air in Thohoyandou, South Africa. Over to you, Novella.
Okay, good morning. So do I share my slides or you use the ones that we've already sent?
Dr. Novella, can you share your screen at the moment if you have it available?
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Before you start, just some housekeeping rules with the abstract sessions. We try to keep it at about 7 minutes, and at 5 minutes, I'll just say time, and you can try and wrap up, and then we go on to discussions after that.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. Good afternoon. So I'm Novella RJ. I'm here to present my topic, which is temporal characteristics and health risk assessment of PM2.5 in ambient air in Thohoyandou. So there was no conflict of interest. So particulate matter is basically a broad term that includes air pollutant consisting of various structures and mixtures of particles suspended in the air that we breathe. So the main problem with this particulate matter is that they can penetrate deep into our lung after we have inhaled them, causing a major public health concern because they can lead to respiratory diseases, cardiovascular diseases, and other diseases. So who has declared that millions of people are dying every year because of this PM2.5? That's why we have many researchers researching about this pollutant. We have standards that are set in place, which are different country from country. And then we're also trying to get industries or other manufacturers to reduce the air pollutant concentrations. So the aims and objective of this study was to quantify this PM2.5 in Thohoyandou and assess the health risk of this PM2.5. So with that, we did determine the temporal characteristics of this PM2.5 and then finally estimated the health risk associated with this PM2.5 in Thohoyandou. So the method that was used in this study, we used a gravimetric method wherein particulate matters were measured using the personal samplers, single channel 1 Gill F5. And then, so what we did was to measure this particulate matter on a 24 hours basis in 3 days interval for the whole year. And then, so the calculations that was used to determine the concentration, it was that the initial concentration of the filters was subtracted to the final concentration, and then we also subtracted the blank, and then we divided that mass with the volume of the air that was sampled to get the PM2.5 concentration on a 24 hours basis. And then for the health risk assessment, we did determine the excess lifetime cancer risk for the carcinogenic risk given by this equation that was recommended by US EPA, which is like ALCR, which is slope factor times LADD. So the LADD was calculated using the concentration of particulate matter, and then the body weight and the inhalation unit, which was basically what is recommended by the WHO. It was not calculated on the exact body mass of anybody, but the standards that were set. And then the non-carcinogenic risk was evaluated by calculating the hazard quotient, which is LAAD divided by SAAD, which is the lifetime average daily dose and the safe average daily dose per person. And then also the burden of the disease was calculated using the log linear equations, which basically we calculated the attributable fraction of cardiovascular, cardiopulmonary disease and lung diseases due to long-term exposure of the particulate matter. Okay, so the attributable function is basically the fraction that we can attribute to inhalation of particulate matter. So all the deaths that were caused by lung disease and cardiopulmonary disease, it means that there's a fraction that is caused by this PM2.5. So that's basically what we were calculating. So as part of the results, in Thohoyandou, PM2.5 concentration for the whole year, we've discovered that there are exceedance of the WHO standard, which is 25 microgram per meter cube. So basically during the whole year, we had 9 exceedances in Thohoyandou, and a lot of exceedants were occurring in spring, which is basically attributed to the activities that happens. So in general, Thohoyandou, it's a background area. So in September, we have rainfalls, the beginning of rainfall. So there are a lot of agricultural activities that could have led to this high concentration in spring. And also this study was held concurrently with the study in Cape Town. So the study in Cape Town also has shown that spring had higher concentration of this particulate matter, as opposed to the one that was concurrently done also in Pretoria, which shows that winter was the one that had high concentration. But here winter was the second one, compared to spring. And also, we try to assess the difference in weekends and weekdays, where the results are showing that there were high concentration in weekdays as compared to weekends. And also, as part of the health risk assessment, I will highlight the ELCR, which has shown that is 2.21 times 10 to the power negative 5, which is comparatively higher than the standard which was set by US, IPA, and WHO, which shows that anything above 1 times 10 to the power negative 6 is bad, can cause high cancer risk in the community. And also the cardiopulmonary mortality, which shows that the attributable function is 0.15% for cardiopulmonary and also 0.13% of cancer mortality. The study has shown that these attributable function are relatively low compared to other studies that were done in Africa, but still we cannot exclude that there is still a risk that is posed by this PM2.5 in Thohoyandou. And also the hazard quotient is greater than 1, showing that there's also a risk for non-carcinogenic diseases in Thohoyandou, even though it's just slightly above 1. So as part of the conclusion, I'll conclude that the PM2.5 in Thohoyandou, they are high in spring and are low in summer. And also there's particulate matter are also lethal. They can cause a carcinogenic risk as well as non-carcinogenic, as has been seen in the results. And it's also recommended that further studies can be conducted to estimate the actual number of deaths caused by cardiopulmonary and lung cancer in Thohoyandou. So as part of the acknowledgement, this study was funded by NRF, as I've said, is part of the largest study, which was held concurrently with Cape Town and Pretoria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very interesting. And I see Dr. Kwansha, are you back on? Okay. Can we get any questions for the presenter? We just have 2 minutes for questions. Okay. Okay, so we'll move on to our next speaker. So the next speaker on is Amobeng T, and he'll be speaking on personal exposures to PM and heart rate variability among the informal electronic waste workers in Agbogloshi. Hope I pronounced that properly. Over to the next speaker.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to set up. Please, just a minute.
Problem.
Your presentation is on the screen, Ahua.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So speaking on the effects of personal exposure to particulate matter and heart rate variability among e-waste workers. The authors have no conflicts of interest. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So although e-waste exposures from e-waste, although e-waste recycling is a source of employment for many young people in Ghana, the health effects or health implications of e-waste exposure on health is there. So e-waste is related with PM-related particulate matter related to e-waste activities is unique in its sources due to their composition. It's a mixture of several pollutants, heavy metals, organics, and gases. And so this makes it very toxic. And it is hypothesized that the exposure to this particulate matter induces imbalances in the sympathetic and the parasympathetic autonomic nervous system. The mechanisms are mainly through inflammation and also the secretion of certain inflammatory cascades, cytokines, particularly cytokine 6 and 8, which are particularly harmful to the body. And these are linked to several health effects, especially on the heart as well as the lungs. So the objective of this study was to assess the effects of personal exposure to fine, cause, and PM10 on the development of cardiovascular diseases from autonomic dysfunction among the e-waste workers. So this study was a longitudinal study with 3 repeated sampling times that ranged for over 20 months from the March of 2017 to November 2018. So a total of 207 participants were enrolled into the study, involving 142 e-waste workers and 65 workers from a comparable population, Madina Zondo in Accra. So the methods, a questionnaire was used to assess the demographic, previous and current exposures, as well as smoking and alcohol use. And as you can see on the picture, next please. Next, please. Okay, so to measure the particulate matter, a backpack containing instrumentation was used, and this one sampled there was a personal air sampling continuously at 2.83 liters per minute using the optical-based aerosex pump for 4 hours of the working day. 5 minutes resting electrocardiogram was also performed on each patient to assess resting heart rate variability. And the resting heart variability indices measured are seen. And this, we used the heart rates up to measure that. Next slide, please. Next slide. Statistic-wise, we did the descriptives as well as Mann-Whitney and linear function tests to assess statistical significance. So for the results, for personal exposure among the e-waste workers, so a high concentrations of PM exposure, PM 2.5, the cause and 10 were seen among the e-waste workers. It was about 2 times the concentrations of particulate matter observed among the e-waste workers compared to the reference population. On the variation in heart rate variability parameters measured, so generally there was a significant reduction in all the heart rate variability indices among the e-waste workers than the comparison population. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. So generally, heart rate variability was reduced among all the e-waste workers compared to the reference population. Next slide. Next slide, please. So the elevated personal particulate matter exposure showed reductions in the parasympathetic and the sympathetic nervous system components of the e-waste workers. So this shows that e-waste workers are prone to cardiovascular impairments as a result of their exposure to particulate matter. In conclusion, informal e-waste workers at Agbogbloshie are exposed to high concentrations of particulate matter, and they may be at risk of cardiovascular impairments due to cardiac autonomic dysfunction. Thank you. I would like to acknowledge these for supporting the work. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Afua. Dr. Kwansha wants to try again. Dr. Kwansha.
Okay, I think we can continue. It seems that's probably because the problem with the audio.
Sure. Okay, so just thanks, Afua. There is a question for you from Chioma. What is the difference between Harmattan and dry season?
Okay, so Harmattan is a season in Ghana where there is a high winds being blown from the Sahara. So we tend to have very high concentrations of sand and particles in the atmosphere. So that is why I differentiate that from the dry season during the time where the rains are not coming, but the concentrations of the particles in the atmosphere are reduced.
Thank you. And from Debbie, does the PM include toxic fumes released from the burning e-waste?
Yes, so this paper looked at the composite PM. So it's not differentiated PM, it's undifferentiated PM. So all the components, both organic and inorganic, are included in this study.
And then the last question from Mabel. Did you include a control to compare the exposure levels of PM 2.5 with the e-waste workers?
Yes, I did. So from the presentation, we had a reference population for Medina Zongo, and they were the comparative group that we used.
Okay, we'll just do the last two quickly. From Felicia, what measures can be taken to mitigate the high level of particulate matter in the air?
Well, so I think that is basically the processing. So if you go to Agbogbloshie, they do open air combustion of the e-waste gadgets that are dismantled. So there is a need for change in processing to eliminate the burning that brings up a lot of the particulate matter. So if you can put in technology, and also there should be alternative livelihoods. There should be other work that the e-waste workers can be encouraged to do to prevent them from increasing particulate matter related to e-waste activities.
Okay, thank you. We have to stop there because we do have 3 more speakers to go. So maybe at the end, if we have time, we can go through the questions. Thank you very much, Afua.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker that's on is Chantal Howlett-Downey, and she will be doing, is Chantal Howlett-Downey from the University of Pretoria in South Africa, and her topic is case crossover study between PM 2.5 and hospital admissions for respiratory diseases in Pretoria.
Hello.
Hi, Chantal.
Hi. Shall I share my screen, or will it be coming from your end? Ah, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay, nearly.
I think we're getting there.
Thank you.
We're not seeing the talk.
Ah, here we go. Okay.
Presentation is now being shared.
Okay, super. Can I continue?
Yes, you can.
Okay, great. So I'll be presenting on a case crossover study between PM 2.5 and hospital admissions for respiratory diseases in Pretoria from April 2017 to February 2020. And that was the study team, myself and my supervisors and Professors Molnar and Bowman from the University of Gothenburg. Next. Sorry, next. There we go. The most important information on this page would simply be the ethics approval from the ethics committee at the Faculty of Health Sciences from the University of Pretoria. Data sets are freely available and I have no conflicts of interest. Next. My aim is to find an association between PM 2.5 trace elements bound to 2.5 and hospital admissions for respiratory diseases by means of a simple case crossover study. My objective, I performed 4 main models. Firstly, an analysis between hospital admissions and PM 2.5, black carbon, organic carbon, which will be which is reported as UVPM, suits and certain trace elements. Secondly, the respiratory hospital admissions and sources of the total PM 2.5. Thirdly, respiratory hospital admissions and the geographical origins of air masses, which are essentially your transport clusters. And finally, an analysis between hospital admissions and data sets available from the city of Tshwane from their meteor stations, which is PM 2.5, PM10, NO2, and SO2. Next. Within these 4 main models, okay, the first one, I performed 2 submodels, so to speak, which was an association between these hospital admissions, PM2, the 5 main variables, and I controlled for TAP, which is a proxy for humidity and temperature, and public holidays, stratified for age and sex. A second model considered the caveats of the potential of some trace elements when highly correlated to total PM PM2.5, overestimating our associations. So I controlled for PM2.5 in the second model. In my main second model, when estimating, when analyzing with the sources of PM2.5, I used positive matrix factorization and came up with 6 main sources. Next. Okay, and then the third model, this would be the geographical origin of my air masses. I used a high split model, which is your hybrid singular particulate Lagrangian integration trajectory model. These are backward trajectories, and I came up, over my 34 months, I came up with 4 main transport clusters. We can see number 1 coming from a westerly direction, which constituted 15% of my trajectories. Number 2 came from the Indian Ocean, which interestingly enough came over the Durban, Richards Bay area. Number 3 and 4 look pretty tight, but actually 3 comes from a northerly direction, which is 43% of my total trajectories, and number 4 coming from an easterly direction, which is sort of your Mozambican area. And then my final model, we can just see an image there of where the meteor stations are scattered over Pretoria. Next. This is just a time series of my respiratory disease hospital admissions over from three private hospitals near the vicinity of my sampling station. We can see that they're temporal. The winter months are higher. They peak in the June, July area of 2019. We had quite a few peaks there. And there are troughs over the summer months, which is your December, January period, which are our summer wet seasons. So summer wet months, yeah, which seems pretty understandable there. Next. My first set of results, we can see that calcium, well, in bold are my positive associations. Calcium, chlorine, iron, potassium, and silica are positively associated here. But if you turn, okay, next, if you look at the next slide, when I control for PM2.5, only calcium overall, but mainly for my younger and my elderly groups are positively associated. Next. Thanks. For my 6 sources, sources tend to be ubiquitous and seasonal. My resuspended dust matrix over there is a mixture of all leftover dust and bits and pieces, which tend to be ubiquitous over the whole year. And my biomass burning, which is very seasonal, that was also shown to be positively associated. Biomass peaks in my winter months, which is our cold months. That's when we have our typical domestic biomass, coal burning, etc., etc. We also have felt burning sometimes happening in the region. So yeah, that was not a surprise either. Next. Next. This is just some narrative, some detail into my results. What I found was when I was looking for an association with my geographical origins, I could not find an association, which is interesting because one would expect an association there. And also I could not find a positive association when using the city of Tshwane data, but those weren't full data sets either. So yeah, these were the results. And if we could, one more, sorry, next. And then in conclusion, the study just reinforces the importance of considering strong correlations between trace element bound PM2.5 and total PM2.5. One of my limitations was that I could not consider modifying effects of lifestyle, including smoking, comorbidities, and exposure to diseases. Thank you.
I'm just waiting for questions. So it seems, Chantal, you're doing the next presentation as well.
Yes. Thanks.
So, okay, we'll just see if there's any, oh, there is a question. From Debbie, what trace elements did you test for?
Okay, if I quickly go back to my results page, there were ones that were safely above the limits of detection. So if I quickly look at my results page, it was bromide, my calcium, chlorine, iron, potassium, sulfur, silica, which were the highest averages of all the trace elements, titanium and zinc. I would have liked to have done more, but these were the ones that popped out of our XRF analysis, and they were found to have a very safe, above detection limits.
Okay. And from Chioma, why did you join month and year?
Oh, actually, that was just the SAS inputs. It's the public holidays, and yeah, that was just a SAS input which I couldn't get rid of over here. But actually, it was just public holidays and weekends that were controlled for. Okay,
because I think that answers the follow-up to that. How do you separate public holidays from the week?
Oh no, that was just that's within the SAS coding.
Okay. From Debbie again, what about pesticide residues and metabolites?
No, I didn't look at that. No, I just looked, so yeah, I didn't look at that. I looked at black carbon or organic carbon, soot, and these trace elements for now. There's always room for more studies.
And microbial compositions of particulate matter?
No, that wasn't looked at either. It was strictly just trace element. It was strictly this. When we looked at per weight, when we looked at the trace elements, I think it constitutes what we managed to analyze was about 20 to 30% of the total PM2.5 weight. So there's lots of other things happening within that sample.
So maybe a follow-up study to that.
Yes, definitely. There's definitely lots of room for studying up, for following up. Yeah.
Okay, so your next topic is health risk assessment of PM2.5 and PM2.5 bound trace elements in Pretoria, South Africa.
Yes, so it is essentially just another health assessment based on using the same samples.
Sure. So your PowerPoint is on the screen.
Okay.
You can start when you're ready.
Thanks. Okay, that's just my heading, the health risk assessments of PM2.5 and PM2.5 bound trace elements. Next. It's essentially the same as the one before. Next. Okay, my aim was to assess the human health risk in Central Pretoria, South Africa over 34 months by means of the Human Health Risk Assessment Method of the EPA. This method quantifies the human health impact by means of the hazard quotient, taking into account the body weights and breathing rates of 3 age groups. My objective was the health risk assessment, and also 2 reference values were used for the PM2.5, which were the recently adjusted WHO guidelines and the South African National Air Quality Guidelines. The trace elements analyzed here are sulfur, silica, potassium, bromide, chloride, where reference concentrations were made available, and where they're not, I derived it from a reference dose, and that would be for my titanium and my uranium. The cancer risk for nickel and arsenic were also looked at. Next. For my method, the two literature sources that were most pertinent to this study were was the Exposure Factors Handbook and the Integrated Risk Information Systems equations. And these would be three equations mainly. And equation one would be the average daily dose, where I looked at the ambient concentrations times by the inhalation rate and body weight for three different age groups. Next. The hazard quotient would be my field average daily dose divided by my safe average daily dose. This is where I would use the reference concentrations, which is your reference for inhalation rates, for respiratory risks, and then and for titanium and uranium, as I said, I use the RFD values. My cancer risk would be my concentration times by the inhalation unit risk as provided by the EPA. For arsenic, it was 4.3 microgram per cubic meter. For nickel, it was 2.4 times 10 to the negative 4, which is a magnitude lower. Next. My results table is, you can see it's divided into three sections: your adults, your children, and your infants. The first line is where I use the South African National Air Quality Standard, and the second line would be where I use the WHO guideline. You can see immediately, just looking at the adults, it is the health quotient is 5 times higher than when using the WHO guideline as it is when using the South African national guidelines. So in other words, it raises the flag quicker. For children, during the winter months, it goes up to 8. For children, when using the WHO guidelines, it goes up to 25 and 27 during the winter months, which when considering that 1 is considered a risk, these are pretty high values. Silica and sulfur and uranium are also demonstrating risk. Next. Next. When I assess the hazard quotient using the City of Tshwane data, even though they're not full data sets, the values come up comparative. So that was just a comparative study. Next. When looking at cancer risk for nickel and arsenic, they varied between the years and not only between the seasons. So they were broken down per year as well as per season. We'll see that nickel for the first 2 years is demonstrating risk, whereas arsenic tends to be more seasonal. The first year it is for winter, spring, and summer, but then for the following 2 years it's for winter only. This does make sense considering it is a byproduct of biofuels and coal burning. Okay, my discussion and my conclusion is that when considering the two different, the South African standard versus the WHO guideline, we get vastly two different hazard quotients. Children and infants have different physiology and respiratory rates to adults and are at more risk and are at higher risk. Next. So my final sentence would be that it is advised that South African national quality standards and other national quality standards as well should endeavour to be more in line with WHO guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you, Chantal. Just got some questions from the previous presentation from Njoku. How did you get those samples for that?
Okay, we sampled every 3 days at the School of Health, at the School of Health Systems and Public Health, which is at the Department of Health in Pretoria. Which is by gravimetric analysis, and then we analyzed by X-ray refraction in Sweden. That was our data set, and hence just comparing with the City of Tshwane's data set as well.
Two questions from Debbie. I'll just put them together, just ask them to together. So the organic arsenic as found in pesticides, or did you just use the compound arsenic? And then the follow-up is, could your variations in arsenic also be accountable to the use of pesticide couples to the other compounding factors?
I'm not sure. That would require doing local studies, and then seeing if they came from those sources. That we used positive matrix factorization, which is ambient source apportionment, and then we use back trajectories to determine what our transport clusters were. So it was sort of an ambient study. We didn't go to locale and check their arsenic compounds. So it was very, and then it came, well, it popped out of the XRF in elemental form.
Okay, from Njoku, why is potassium a trace element in your study?
It was above the limits of detection. It did, it was present. It was present. It has been noted to come from potassium, and chlorine are also indicators for winter coal burning. So when we did the source apportionment, the factors which showed high potassium and chlorine were allocated to biomass burning as well.
I'm just going to take the last question from Mabel. What method did you use to measure the PM-bound trace elements, and what informed your choice of trace elements considered in your study?
The method, when the samples were analyzed, it was analyzed by means of XRF, which is X-ray refraction. And the ones that were well above the limits of detection, and also the signal to noise ratio was above 1. Those were the ones which I selected per study. Does that answer your question? Sorry.
Okay, so we'll just have to leave the questions there. Thanks, Chantal. We'll move on to the next speaker. So the last, thanks Chantal for your presentations, both presentations.
Thank you. Sure.
The last speaker for today's abstract session is Moro Ali, and he's from Navrongo Health Research Center in Ghana. And the topic will be PM 2.5 and under 5 mortality in the Navrongo Health and Demographic Surveillance Site in Ghana.
Chair, I'm not sure if Dr. Kwanzaa is back on able to speak, but just to inform you that Mr. Ali has not submitted his presentation, and I'm not sure if he is present. I can't find him in the room. If he or she is, if they could put their hand up and we could give them speaking rights.
I tried with Reginald a few times now. I'm not sure if he's able to get on at the moment, but I think he's having issues with his speaker.
So once again, a call for Dr. Ali or Mr. Ali or Ms. Ali. If you are in the room, please put your hand up so we can give you speaking rights. Okay, if that person is not present, then there's no other presentations for this session. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. Before we close, I just had the last, there was a question that was for our first speaker that we missed in the question and answer session. So for RJ Novella, there was a question from Emilia. What are the implications of your research for groups at risk, especially those who work outdoors? Sure.
Okay, can you repeat the question, please?
So the question was from Emilia. What are the implications of your research for groups at risk, especially those who work outdoors?
Okay, I can say that those who work outdoors are the ones that mostly are at risk of those diseases. So it depends on basically where they work. What they can basically do is to say like maybe have mask or something to prevent those health diseases, because PM2.5 per se we can really maybe use mask. But as for the standards or on health policy, that's kind of tricky, because even if we say that there are standards in place, we can't really make sure that they're following those standards, because we already do have, and we've already seen those health implications on them, even if we were to follow the guidelines that are set by who, or the standards that we have. Like for example, with Chantal presentation, we have already seen that even if we're saying we're following the standard, we still have those health effects.
Thanks. Okay, so just want to round up. Thank you to all the presenters for this session. I must commend you guys for the perfect timekeeping. I didn't have to stop you guys in between, and also the excellent presentations. There's a lot of great research going on throughout globally and nationally as well. And I just want to also thank the attendees for the stimulating interaction and discussions. And thank you very much, everybody. We will return. There will be a break, and
excuse me, can I just can we have a short? I suggest that we have a shortened break because of we're running behind. So I suggest that we come back at 10 to have it till 10 to, and then we can come back for the next session.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, everybody.
Laurencia and Kofi, you've been given video and audio rights to take over the next sharing session.
Hello.
Kofi, over to you and Laurencia for sharing the next session.
Yeah, I guess you can hear me. I don't see how I can get my video on. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we
Yes,
can
I
hear
can
you,
hear you
Kofi.
clearly. I can
Okay.
hear you clearly. You should be able to show your video as well.
So join us as a panelist.
I can see your video is on now, Kofi.
Yeah,
Go
hello,
ahead.
Laurencia, are you around?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, so my name is Kofi Amega, and I'm an epidemiologist, and I'm based at the University of Cape Coast. And I'll be co-chairing this session with Laurencia. So, Laurencia, can you please also introduce yourself, and then we can boss on.
Okay. My video is not too clear now, so let me just talk like that. I'm Laurencia Kwat, and a research scientist at the Biomedical and Public Health Unit of Council for Scientific and Industrial Research in Ghana.
Okay, yeah, I think you are your speaker is very low, but that's fine. Yeah, so basically we are
now?
Yeah, it's better now. So basically we are chairing the session on air pollution, both indoor and outdoor air pollution. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, very 6 brilliant presentations that cuts across, come from mainly Ghana and then South Africa. A bit of house rules. Per the instructions that have been given to us, each presenter has 7 minutes and then 3 minutes of questioning. So I would take the first 3 and then I'll hand the last 2 to Laurencia to take over. So 5 minutes will prompt you, and then 7 minutes we'll cut you off, and then so we can allow some time for questions. So the first presentation is on particulate matter concentration among hypertensive primary cooks in Obuasi Municipality, Ghana, to be presented by Teresa Tewia at Kintampo Health Research Center. Teresa, if you are around, please take the floor.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And good afternoon, good morning, good evening to you all. Please, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So as the chairman said, I am Teresa Tewia, and I'm presenting on particulate matter, that is PM2.5 concentration among hypertensive primary foods in Obuasi Municipality, Ghana. And I'm presenting on behalf of my colleagues from Kintampo Health Research Center, University of Liverpool, and the University of Ghana. Next slide, please. So we declare no conflict of interest to this presentation. So our main objective, please next slide. Our main objective is to discuss PM2.5 concentration among hypertensive primary foods in a peri-urban community, that is Obuasi. And we chose the area due to implementation of a pilot for a cylinder recirculation model for LPG in the country, which is being done by the government. So how did we achieve this objective? So the study was a cross-sectional study, and we used quantitative interviews. As I've already mentioned, it was conducted in the Obuasi Municipality of Ghana. A random sample of 350 participants was selected from a population-based survey of 2,000 households whose source of fuel for cooking was basically LPG and solid fuels. Blood pressure was measured 3 times for each of the participants. A random subset of 350 households from each fuel group was randomly selected to receive 24-hour household air pollution personal exposure assessment. The data was analyzed using Stata version 17, and ethics approval was sought from Kintampo Health Research Center Institutional Ethics Committee and informed consent from the participants. Next slide, please. So, summary of our results that we found from the study. So, the average age of respondents was 32 years, and nearly 1/3 of the household head earned below the minimum average monthly income of 500 Ghana cedis, which is equivalent to about $66. And more than 87% of the respondents had a formal education. And about 75% of the participants cook in an open space. That is, they were using either their veranda or porch to conduct their cooking activities. Next slide, please. So in general, the prevalence of hypertension in the population that we studied was 42.3%. Average systolic blood pressure among solid fuel users was about 180 millimeters of mercury compared to 150 millimeters of mercury among LPG users, and this difference was not statistically significant. The average diastolic blood pressure was 73.3 millimeters of mercury for solid fuel users compared to 76.2 millimeters of mercury among LPG users. And thus, the difference was also not statistically significant. The personal PM 2.5 exposure among primary solid fuel users was 65.6 micrograms per cubic meter, and LPG users were also exposed to 45.9 micrograms per cubic meter. Primary cooks with normal BP were exposed to 60 micrograms per cubic meter and 52 micrograms per cubic meter for cooks with severe BP. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, we can say that PM 2.5 was significantly higher in both hypertensive and non-hypertensive primary cooks, and therefore, we need to put in more effort to reduce household air pollution and ambient air pollution. Next slide, please. So the team would like to acknowledge this group of people for their support in carrying out the study. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Teresa, for a wonderful presentation. Are there any questions? If you have any questions, you can just raise your hands. We'll give you the floor. Okay, I don't see any hands. So just a quick question. So Teresa, there are a number of studies that have looked at air pollution and cardiovascular health, hypertension, for example. So how do your results compare to those that have been conducted on the continent?
Okay, thank you, Chair. And some of them, the results was consistent with some of them. It was the same. There was no significant difference. And in some of them, and it depends, I believe that it depends on the area where the study was being conducted. For our study, for example, the way their houses are, definitely there will be overflow of one household pollution to the other household, So that the results was consistent with other studies that has been studied elsewhere.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So we'll move on to the next presentation quickly. And this will be presented by Manheli Buthelezi from University of KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. And she'll be presenting on factors that influence metal constituents in indoor particulate matter in 3 municipalities in South Africa. Manheli, if you're around, please take the floor.
Okay, greetings everyone. My name is Minenhle Buthelezi. I will be presenting about the factors that influence metal constituents in indoor particulate matter in 3 municipalities in South Africa. And the co-authors of this study are my supervisors. Next slide, please. So the authors declare that they have no competing interest. Next slide, please. So briefly, before the aims, indoor PM is one of the air pollutants that is recognized as a major contributor to air pollution and its adverse health effects. Furthermore, the toxic pollutants such as metals are the components of indoor PM, and they can cause adverse health impacts even at low temperatures. So the aim of this study is to determine the variation of metals as indoor particulate constituents and environmental factors associated with metals levels in eThekwini municipality in KwaZulu-Natal, Tangala and Khetsibanda municipalities in Mpumalanga province. And the objectives of the study are to describe the major indoor sources of indoor particulate matter exposures in eThekwini municipality and Tangala and Khetsibanda discrete municipalities. The second objective is to determine the metal constituents of indoor particulate matter from previously collected filters from the participating homes using inductively coupled plasma optical emission spectrometry method. And the last objective is to determine the associations between potential sources and metals in particulate matter, adjusting for covariates such as geographic location and household type. Next slide, please. So in terms of the method, the previously collected indoor PM2.5 and PM10 Teflon filters in the 3 municipalities were assessed. The metals were extracted from the filters by a hydrochloric acid and nitric acid solution, which is known as aqua regia, and the solution was subsequently analyzed using the ICP-OES for metals including aluminium, arsenic, cadmium, copper, chromium, iron, mercury, manganese, nickel, lead, and zinc. And interview and household assessment provided additional covariates, including type of cooking fuel, use of a heater, geographic region, season, type of housing structure, number of household smokers, and burning of incense. And also the linear regression models will be developed in this study to predict factors influencing metals concentration. Next slide, please. So the laboratory analysis for this study is ongoing with the data from the eThekwini municipality samples available. The metals concentration showed a range with lead ranging from 2,200 to 2,300 micrograms per liter, iron ranging from 1,100 to 1,800 micrograms per liter, and copper ranging from 220 to 320 micrograms per liter. And these were the metals which had the highest concentrations. So arsenic, mercury, and aluminium were not detected in eThekwini municipality. So the most important predictors of the elevated indoor metals were the type of cooking fuel, including the dirty fuels such as wood and paraffin, and also smoking and outdoor air pollution from the heavy industries. Next slide, please. Next slide. So in conclusion, the results suggest that concentrations of metals are high in households that use biomass fuels and close to heavy industrial areas. So certain metals such as lead, chromium, and zinc showed levels higher than reported in scientific literature and international standards. Metals are associated with a range of adverse health outcomes. However, there is a little understanding of the levels experienced in low socioeconomic homes in South Africa and the potential risk. So understanding exposure and risk provides an opportunity for interventions to promote health. Next slide, please. So I would like to thank my supervisors for their continuous support and their scientific input into this project. And also I would like to thank the laboratory technicians from the chemistry department for the training in the instrument use, which is ICP-OES, and the supply of chemicals. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you for a wonderful presentation. Any questions from the audience? Any questions? It appears we are all itching for a much lengthier break, isn't it? Anyway, so let me pose one question. Are there any other environmental issues in the area that you conducted the study, apart from, because it looks like you focused on outdoor air pollution, heavy industries? Are there like mining activities, e-waste burning, and others in the geographical area that could also have contributed to, could also be evaluated as one of the potential predictors of heavy metal?
Oh yes, there are various environmental factors which might contribute to the levels of heavy metals. As mentioned, most of the heavy metals are from the sources such as the cooking fuels, the dirty cooking fuels. So those are the major indoor sources of the heavy metals.
Yeah, but if there are other environmental issues besides the biomass fuel use and heavy industries, why wasn't no attempt to explore that as well?
Yeah, we decided for the study to focus only on these factors. We know for sure that the other factors might be, or the sources might be the paint, such as lead. We know that some households, they have that kind of paint which is constituted of lead. So, but for this study, we decided only to focus on the sources, because as I mentioned, I'm using the samples from the previously collected studies. So those are the
okay.
data that I currently have.
Okay, thank you very much then. Okay.
Okay, so, there is a hand up in the.
Oh, there's a hand up. Group. Is there a hand up?
Yes, it's for you.
I see a question in the Q&A. Okay, so I have my hands up. So this is coming from Toyi. And his question is that what interventions will you propose and what proportion is due to industrial pollutants? Do you have an answer?
So for this study, as I'm measuring these concentrations, it is more of interest to the policymakers also to take the decisions if we see that we have these high concentrations of the metals. So it might be helpful to the policymakers also to take the decisions.
Yeah, but I think you need to outline very specific intervention strategies. I mean, if you just throw it to the policy maker, it becomes very difficult. You should be proposing something to them. What A, B, C, and D that they can do to sort out the problems. Anyway, let's move on to the next presentation. In the interest of time. So the last from me before Laurentia takes over is predictors of household cooking fuel choices among riparian communities along the Lower Volta Lake in Ghana. And it's going to be presented by Anne Kujo of the University of Ghana, Legon. Anne, please take over.
So, Chair, I do not see Anne on the on the in the panel. If she's using another identity, if she could please put her hand up and we could give her speaking rights.
Anne, are you around? I guess I see Reginald too as one of the authors. Reginald, can you let us know whether Anne is around or you want to step in for Anne? Okay, so
she is here. She is here.
Anne is here.
I think it's right. Am I right? Using the name Brita.
Brita Kujo.
Yes, please.
Oh, you're around. Okay, take over then, please. Can you hear us?
I can hear you, please.
Yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead and present your study to us, your study findings.
I'm presenting on behalf of my colleagues from university on the topic predators of household crisis among riparian communities along the lower Volta Basin in Ghana. That is Palm and Esuchare region of Ghana. Next slide, please. So there is no conflict of interest, and this is the first conference I'm presenting. The slide, please. So every day, people use cooking fuel for their activity of daily living. That is for cooking, heating, and lighting in sub-Saharan Africa, largely here in Ghana. The common cooking fuel include wood, charcoal, LPG, kerosene, and electricity. Next slide, please. For this work is part of a baseline controlled trial, and the aim is to identify predictors of household fuel choices in 2 districts along the Volta River of Ghana, that is Pom and Esuchare districts of Ghana. Next slide, please. These 2 districts, next slide, please. These 2 districts are about 24 kilometers apart. And we had about 6 communities from Esuchare and then 16 communities that were random. Then houses with a household and 4 and consented to the studies were consented to partake in the study were included in this study. For the sample size, we computed the sample size required to detect a reduction in PM 2.5 by 30% from 8 gram per cubic meter. 2 groups were assumed here. To adjust for the clustering effect in the community and in the houses, an intra-class correlation due to repeated measurement taken at baseline, midline, and endline from other studies of 0.25, an intra-class correlation coefficient of 0.1. We further assumed a confidence interval of 95%, then type error rate of 5% was used, power of 80 based on this assumption, and we arrived at 232 houses that were used for this study. Now, after this, 15% non-response rates and attrition rates were also calculated, and it came to a total of 274 houses to be included for the baseline. Next slide, please. Now, for my variable, I have the dependent variables being the type of cooking fuel that is used in the particular household that was selected for the said study. That is LPG, charcoal, or wood fuel. Next slide. For the independent variable, we had predictors like income level. Next slide, please. We had income level, educational level, occupational status, household dwelling type, among others. Next slide, please. Now for the analysis, table 1 shows the analysis for the background characteristics. We have here 93.19% of the participants being female, with majority of them falling between the ages of 36 to 59. Most of them had high school education, with a few of them having tertiary education. Next, please. Next, please. Now, figure 1 shows a bar chart of the primary fuels used in, please go back. Please go back, thank you. So figure 1 shows a bar chart representing the main household fuel. So we have charcoal unprocessed dominating the 3 cooking fuels for this study. Next, please. The next figure also shows some fuel stacking patterns. In this work, we stacking behaviors. We can see that among the dominant primary fuel use, which was unprocessed charcoal, we had a majority of them combining LPG, that is 31.78%, combining LPG. Then we had about 11.26 fuel. Then we had 56.96% that's used charcoal exclusively. For those who use LPG, we had 56.63% that exclusively used the LPG. We had 3.32% combining LPG with wood fuel. Then we had 43% combining LPG with charcoal. Then for the, thank you. Next slide. Next slide, please. So for the next table here, please go back. For the next table, we realize that looking at the association between the characteristic predictors, marital status, educational level of household head, dwelling type among household ownership and income and occupation were the only ones that statistically influence household fuel choices. All the household fuel choices significantly. Thank you very much.
Are you done?
Yes, please. So okay. For this work, I want to thank my supervisors, especially Dr. Reginald Kwanzaa, my field workers, my sponsors, and all participants. I'm very much grateful to all of you for the hard work.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ann Brita. Any questions from the audience, please? Any questions? Okay, so if there are no questions, then I think I have 2 for you. One, why the choice of riparian communities? And then the second one was, you said you observed some fuel stacking patterns in the study area. Did you try to explore what was the reasons behind these fuel stack practices?
Thank you very much, sir. Please, I chose the riparian. I mentioned earlier in my work that this is a part of an ongoing cluster randomized control trial. It's into invasive aquatic weeds. That is the weeds that grow on the water along the Volta River. So this is a cross-sectional study from that work. That is how come I looked at these communities.
Okay. And then the reasons behind the fuel stacking in the study area, did you attempt to explore that?
On it, please.
Okay, so let's, I'll hand over to my co-chair, Laurentia Osenyako, to take over the next 2 presentations, and then I'll come back and give my summaries. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Our next presenter is Alex Alexander Apia from Kintampo Health Research Center in Ghana. And he's presenting on assessment of a traditional cook stove, improved biomass cook stove, and liquefied petroleum gas based on their CO emission characteristics in rural household in Kintampo North Municipality in Ghana. Alexander, you can take over now.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, senior colleagues. My name is Alexander Apia, and I'm presenting on assessment of traditional cook stove, improved biomass cook stove, and liquefied petroleum gas stove based on their carbon monoxide emission characteristics in Kintampo North Municipality. To be precise, the study was done in a community called Babatokuma community. Next slide. Carbon monoxide, as we all know, is basically colorless, scentless, and virtually difficult to be detected during exposure, and is as a result of incomplete combustion of biomass fuel. The use of this fuel type is widespread and continuing to increase due to increasing levels of clean energy. International Energy Agency predicts that by 2030, annual death from biomass utilization will increase from 1.3 to 1.5, which means that there's going to be much pressure on the government, on individual finances, and on the limited health infrastructure. Hence, there was the need to assess the environmental health risks of exposure to carbon monoxide from biomass fuel with smoke. But in order to achieve this objective, there was a need to monitor the levels of carbon monoxide within this kitchen environment. There was also the need to monitor the levels of carbon monoxide within the bloodstreams of principal cooks. And also there was the need to identify simple symptoms which can be associated with carbon monoxide intoxication. Every research seeks to address a particular challenge. The challenge here was high levels of carbon monoxide intoxication. So there was a need to have an intervention stove. So there was also the need to assess the impact of the stove. Next, please. As I said earlier, the study took place in Babatokuma. Babatokuma was chosen because it's the next most populated community next to Kintampo, the municipal capital, which is Kintampo. Next. At the end of the stakeholders consultative meeting, 60 people were selected, and all these 60 people were principal cooks. The criteria was you must be a principal cook before you can be a part of this study. The idea was to recruit more people, but a component of the study involved blood sampling, which is for carboxyl hemoglobin and hemoglobin analysis, and this prevented a lot of people for reasons best known to them. Next, please. There are several factors which can impact on carbon monoxide exposure, and one is the size of the cooking area or the kitchen. So there was a need to monitor or to determine the size of the cooking area. Again, there was also the need to monitor the levels of carbon monoxide levels. And this monitoring was done using an Aeroquas Series X500 gas monitor. Next, please. So an improved interventions to, okay, this picture depicts how the monitoring was done. Next, please. So an improved intervention stove, which was constructed and experimented to determine whether it can impact on how it's going to impact on carbon monoxide exposure levels. The idea is reducing carbon monoxide levels principal cooks are exposed to. But fortunately for us, this stove was actually developed using local materials like mud sand, and it's connected with a metal pipe. If you can see, if you can all see, it's connected with a metal pipe to expel the smoke or to serve as a chimney to take away the smoke from the immediate environment. The idea is reducing the levels of carbon monoxide principal cooks are exposed to. Next slide. Initially, the stove was constructed in 3 households, and these households were households with high levels of carbon monoxide concentrations. So the age range was greater percentage of the people were between the ages of 36 to 60. And it was also identified that greater percentage of the people who availed themselves for the study didn't have any formal education. Next slide. So this stove, as I said earlier, the reason why people cannot afford clean energy is because of poverty. So poverty is the major driving factor as to why people cannot afford clean energy. So from the survey, it was realized that about 25% of the people who actually participated in the study earns above 250 Ghana cedis, and greater percentage of them were below 100 Ghana cedi. Next slide, please. So levels of carbon monoxide within households using biomass fuel was 21.055 ppm or parts per million, and that of LPG was 3.0133. So the difference between the two means was very significant. Next slide. Next slide, please. So as I said, the improved stove was an intervention. Please, can you go back? Yeah, the improved stove was an intervention to address high levels of carbon monoxide concentration. So this stove was constructed in 3 households, and these households were households with high levels of carbon monoxide intoxication. So the mean carbon monoxide concentration for these 3 households was 47.91 ppm. Then after the introduction of the stove, it reduced to 26.703 ppm, which is parts per million. Though the rate of reduction was not significant, but the idea was to reduce it to the significant level so that the vulnerable within the society, which is women, because of the role they play in household, so that their health can also be improved. But I believe that a little modification on the stove can help achieve its intended purpose. Next slide. So as I said, there are several factors.
2 minutes more.
There are several factors which can impact on carbon monoxide exposures, and one is the volume. So the volume actually had an inverse correlation with carbon monoxide, which means that as the volume increases, carbon monoxide level reduces. The number of windows as a proxy for ventilation was also seen to have a negative correlation, which means as the number of windows increases, carbon monoxide levels will reduce. Relative humidity had a positive correlation, which means as the relative increases, carbon monoxide levels also increases. Next slide. But the difference between carbon monoxide levels of household using BMF and household using LPG, next slide, in terms of their carboxyhemoglobin, in fact, the difference between the two means was very significant. Next slide. But in terms of hemoglobin, the difference between the two means was not significant. Next slide. Which symptoms to predict carbon monoxide? Let's go back. Symptoms to predict carbon monoxide intoxication. A linear regression analysis was done to determine which symptom is a major predictor of carbon monoxide intoxication. Please, can you go back? And fatigue came out strongly as the most predictor of carbon monoxide intoxication. So in these are all self-reported symptoms. Self-reported symptoms. So anywhere there is carbon monoxide intoxication, fatigue is a simple or the most common symptom that can be seen. So in conclusion, I would say carbon monoxide is in any form, either acute or chronic, is very detrimental to human health. So in your own bit, you can all be an advocacy, or you can all create awareness of the dangers associated with carbon monoxide intoxication. Furthermore,
very much.
One of the improved stove is also the way to go to help reduce carbon monoxide to the barest minimum. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Appiah. We have some questions for you in the chat box. So the first question is, what factors form the choice of your clean cooking fuel among the different households?
Basically, the levels of, we all know that biomass fuels actually produces high levels of carbon monoxide concentration, and compared to cleaner form of energy, which is LPG. So the idea was to compare the levels within the community so that we can know if there's any intervention we can introduce to help address that challenges. So basically, that was the factor, that was the reasoning that came into mind for the study.
Thank you very much. Any more questions? Okay, Mr. Appiah, looks like there are no more questions. So thank you very, very much for your presentation.
Laurentia, it looks like there is one question in the chat box. So, Ms. Appiah, are you around?
Okay,
yes, please, I'm around.
From the presentation, cost also seems to play a major role in the choice of fuels. What suggestions can the presenter make to ensure that poorer communities have an environment of relatively clean air quality?
Thank you very much, Chair. As I said earlier, intervention stove cost is a major contributing factor as to why people cannot use clean energy such as LPG and electricity. So the way to go in order to reduce carbon monoxide levels principal cook are exposed to was the intervention stove. And the idea of the stove is to take away the carbon monoxide level from the immediate environment through the chimney to the atmosphere. And construction of the stove is not that costly as compared to the use of cleaner energy. So basically, that was the importance of the stove. And even one other importance of the stove is that the level of fuel usage even reduced drastically. With a normal tripod stove, you need to pack about for fuel about 3 sizes. By using the improved tripod stove, you can only use about 3 pieces of wood, which means that there's also a reduction in fuel usage. In that case, even if the principal cook is buying the fuel, it can also save a little, the person can save a little money. In that case, the person has reduced costs in terms of fuel or biomass fuel buying. So the stove is the only way I strongly believe that if you want to help the vulnerable, the poorer community, you must embark on a massive campaign or to construct more of such stove for them in order to also improve air quality within the kitchen environment of rural households.
Okay, so there's other questions. What about using solar-powered carbon monoscrubbers? Did you consider that in your study?
No, please. Knowing the kind of setting where I'm actually coming from, because most people within the rural area, when you even ask them to buy something which even is going to even impact on their health, they feel reluctant because the claims they don't even have money to do that. So it's more or less like it's also a surest way of actually going to help improve their life. But I believe that as of now, the way clean energy is actually the price of clean energy is skyrocketing. I believe if we start with this stove, it will help reduce carbon monoxide levels these people are exposed to. But I believe the solar-powered carbon monoxide is the surest way to go, provided we can get a help in, to assist us in let me say constructing or setting up this solar-powered carbon monoxide scrubbers for them.
So follow-up questions: who pay for the stoves, and are the families going to be responsible for constructing the stoves?
Basically, the idea was to test whether it was going to improve, reduce carbon monoxide levels. So from the study area, I picked 3 households, as I said, and these were households with high levels. So that I did the payment myself. I did the construction myself. It was just to test to see. So once we've known that it's a little modification of those stoves will help achieve its intended purposes, then maybe we can recommend other institutions to come on board to assist us to construct the stove for the people.
Okay, thank you very much. Due to time, we'll have to move on to the next presenter. Thank you, Mr. Appiah.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Edmond Apraku from Kintampo Health Research Center, Ghana, and he's taking us through associations between primary cook, social demographic characteristics, and hypertension, insights from a nationally representative household energy and health survey in Ghana. Mr. Apraku, you can take over now.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Edward Anani Apraku. As introduced, I'm from Kintampo Health Research Center, presenting on association between primary cook, socio-demographic characteristics, and hypertension, insights from a nationally representative household energy and health survey in Ghana. And the co-authors, what you see there, please next slide. And the authors declare that there's no conflict of interest. Please next slide. Next slide. Okay, so hypertension is one of the main causes of non-communicable illness-related mortality, which is also a significant risk factor for cardiovascular diseases. So we tend to look at to explore the association of primary cook, socio-demographic characteristics, and hypertension. And the main objective was to estimate the prevalence of hypertension among these primary cooks and to establish whether there is any association between socio-demographic characteristics of primary cooks and hypertension. Please, next slide. So primary cooks are the principal cooks of the various households. So the study used a quantitative cross-sectional design to collect data from sampled districts all around Ghana from February 2021 to March. And it covered about 7,400 households. And primary cooks of the various households were identified and interviewed. This work was done in collaboration with the Ghana Statistical Service. So all the sampling and the sampling methodology were done by them. So multi-stage sampling technique was used, sampling from the EA level. The EAs are the enumeration areas, and they are actually the geographic demarcations of the text of the various communities. So we have the urban EAs and the rural EAs. The urban EAs are mostly made of about EAs with about 750 or more households, whilst the rural EAs are pockets of the communities, or let's say a group of villages that are put together to form to make it one complete EA. So we use questionnaire, and all the results being presented here were self-reported. So we are reporting on the self-reported hypertension status of primary cooks. Next slide, please. Next slide. So we realized that about 52% of the households we interviewed were from the rural areas. They were mainly aged between 18 to 30 years, forming about 32.9%. And most of them were females. That is about 89.6%. And on education, about 32.1% of them had attained junior high school level, and 31.2% had no formal education. Majority of them were married, and they were of Christian faith. Most of the households interviewed used firewood. That's about 48.8%, and about 31.2% used charcoal. On self-reported hypertension status, we asked respondents whether they have ever been told or diagnosed by a physician or a doctor or a health worker of being hypertensive. And as you can see, about 11.9%, almost about 12% of the people that we interviewed reported yes. So that is the prevalence among the primary cooks. And among those who reported yes, we realized that about 44.9% of them, almost 45%, use firewood, and 30.3% also use charcoal. Next slide.
2 minutes more.
Okay. So we use we selected socio-demographic characteristics of the primary cooks, and we first did a chi-squared test, and apart from religion, residence, age, gender, education, and marital status, wife type, and type of fuel use were all associated with hypertension. So these were further adjusted, and some of the variables were not significant at that level. It was age that was still predictive of hypertension, and I think on marital status to those who were cohabiting were also, they were rather had lower odds of developing hypertension as compared to those who were single. Next slide. Next slide. So the findings of our study showed that some socio-demographic factors were associated with hypertension. As age of participant increased, there was increasing association with hypertension as compared to the very poor. The least poor continue to have higher odds of developing hypertension. The study indicates an association of socio-demographic factors with hypertension. Hence, there's a need for counseling, health education, and policy formulation and implementation targeting these factors to prevent and control hypertension. Next slide, please. So we acknowledge the community opinion leaders, household heads, and the primary cooks, then the Ghana Statistical Service, Ghana Health Service, the Columbia World Project, and Kintampo Health Research Center, and all the management and the stakeholders that took part from the initial drafting of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Apreku. The first question we have for you in the chat box is, did the present study control for the burning of solid waste in compounds or any other source of outdoor air pollution close to households?
I'm not sure if this question is really for this presentation, because we, as I reported, I said we are based on self-reported hypertension status. So we didn't do any intervention. There wasn't any intervention that needed us to control for. We only posed a question: have you ever been told by a physician or a doctor that you have hypertension, or have you ever been diagnosed before? So it was a self-reported hypertension status that we used. There wasn't any intervention. There wasn't any form of intervention.
So it means
yes,
your
actually.
study didn't look at any form of exposure and how it's going to influence the outcome you were measuring.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Okay, if there's none, then thank you very much, Mr. Apreku. There's a general question to everyone. I'll read out that before I hand over to the chairperson. Given the increasing local evidence of adverse health outcome linked to air pollution, are there ongoing local initiatives to address air quality in any of the African countries represented in the conference beyond setting limits for carbon footprints of industry? And it was a general question to anyone who can answer. So if you have answers to that, you can reply in the chat box, and I'm sure the person will read it out. Thank you very much. Dr. Mega, I hand over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Co-Chair. Yeah, so that brings us to the end of such a wonderful session. We had 5 wonderful presentations, 4 from Ghana, 3 from Kintampo specifically, and 1 from South Africa. And all this presentation underscores what Professor Naidu outlined to us in the plenary session on the health effects of air pollution and also the sources of air pollution. So I think as ambassadors, we need to go out there and then influence policies based on some of these research findings that are being churned out today and then on the next day. You've earned yourself a 10-minute break, and then after that, we'll jump into the last session. So thank you for your time.
Dr. Wadia and Shamiso. Hope you're online, but you've been given speaking rights and video rights, so you can start the session as soon as you are ready. The next speaker is also available to start.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome all to this last session on air pollution. I am Dr. Paul Musa Obadia from the University of Lubumbashi in Congo, and I will be chairing this session together with Mrs. Shamiso. Please, Mrs. Shamiso, can you introduce yourself?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shamiso Fana from the University of Zimbabwe. Pleased to meet you all online. Over to you.
We will have 5 presentations for this last session. And the first work will be presented by Mrs. Teresa Tawia from the Tampo Health Research Center. And the presentation will be on identifying determinants of poor mental and physical related quality of life among female primary cooks in Obuasi, in Ghana. And Mrs. Teresa, you can now take over.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And I hope you can all hear me. So I'm back again. I'm presenting on identifying determinants of poorer mental and physical related quality of life among female primary cooks in the Obuasi municipality, Ghana. And I'm presenting on behalf of my colleagues from Kintampo Health Research Center, University of Liverpool, and School of Public Health, Ghana. Next slide, please. So, next slide, please, if you can hear me. Okay, so we declare no conflict of interest for this presentation. Next slide, please. So the main objective of this presentation is to discuss the health outcomes of the Clean Air Africa study, which was conducted in Obuasi, which is currently part of the communities. That is where the government is initiating the cylinder recirculation model as a form of a pilot study. Next slide, please. So by way of methods to achieve this objective, it was a cross-sectional study, and we used quantitative interviews, and it was conducted in the Obuasi municipality. Stratified random sampling was used to select 400 primary cooks. That is 200 primarily cooking with LPG, and 200 exclusively cooking with polythene fuels to participate in this survey. Household energy use, cooking behaviors, including questions from the WHO Harmonized Household Energy Survey, and health-related quality of life using the short form 36 were used to collect data. Data analysis was basically, we looked at prevalence of likely depression among the participants, and it was estimated using the pre-established percentile cutoff for the mental component summary score. That is the 42nd percentile. And ethics approval was sought from the Kintampo Health Research Center Institutional Ethics Committee and written informed consent from the participants. So in summary of this, the results, what we found from the study, the average age of the female study participants was 36. So for the 400 participants that we recruited, some of them were males. Just a few of them were males, so they were excluded from the analysis. Nearly all participants were decision makers for the type of fuel to be used for cooking. Proportion of participants reporting financial security, that is having enough money to meet their family needs, was about 38%. Next slide, please. Half of the participants, that is about 53% of them, had received secondary education, and firewood for cooking was not common in this study area as compared to LPG and charcoal. Next slide, please. So the first question of the SF36 asks participants to rate their general health, and approximately 37% of the participants rated their general health as excellent, compared to only 2% rating their health as poor. Next slide, please. So from this slide, we can see that participants cooking with LPG had higher SF36 scores for these 5 functions domains, that is mental component summary, physical component summary, general health, physical health and mental health, than those cooking with polluting fuels. And this is in conformance with other previous studies that also identify that clean household energy access may offer individuals greater participation in physical and social activities and improved social image. Next slide, please. So the overall prevalence of likely depression among the study participants was 9%, and 7% was attributable to LPG users, and polluting fuels were 11%. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, we can say that cooking with LPG was associated with a lower prevalence of likely depression, and therefore increasing adoption of LPG may lower the burden of poor mental health. Next slide, please. So we would like to acknowledge this group of people for their support in carrying out this study. And next slide, please. The study has already been published, so people can go online, download and read. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. Any question from the audience? I have one question in the chat box. What are the likely reasons for the higher depression found in those using highly polluting fuel?
Sorry, can you read the
question from Emilia Udofia.
Yeah, can you read the question again?
What are the likely reasons for the higher depression found in those using highly polluting fuel?
Okay, so we administered the IF36 questionnaire, and based on the analysis that we did, they had a higher likely depression among the solid fuel users.
Okay. I have also one question about your work. Did you try to look at the marital relation quality among married women?
No, we did not look at married women. It was only primary cooks, female primary cooks. So whether they are married or not, we did not look into that.
Okay. Okay, so thank you very much for this presentation. I think we are going to move on the next presentation. It will be done by Idusu Seidu. The presentation will be on household solid fuel use and prevalence of cough in adults, findings from a national household survey in Ghana. Please, Idusu, you can take over now.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair, for this opportunity. So as rightly mentioned, my name is Idusu Seidu from Kintampo Health Research. And this study is about exploratory analysis of household solid fuel use and the prevalence of cough among adults in Ghana. And the analysis is actually leveraging on data from a national household survey that was conducted in Ghana. And these are the co-authors. Next slide. So the authors would like to declare that there is no potential or real conflict of interest. So the association between household air pollution and exposure to and a variety of disease conditions have been well documented in a growing body of research works. However, when it comes to respiratory disease conditions, it appears that the focus has been on children, and very limited studies have been done among adults at a national level. So this study, therefore, would like to assess the association between solid fuel use and the prevalence of cough among adults in Ghana. Next slide. So in terms of methodology, our study, as mentioned earlier, was a nationally representative survey that was conducted between February and March 2021. And we had 7,400 participants who were recruited from 370 enumeration areas. Now, out of these 370 enumeration areas, we had 193 who came from rural enumeration areas, and 177 actually came from the urban areas. And the study used two survey instruments. One was a household questionnaire, which had the primary cook as a main respondent, and the other was a community survey questionnaire. Now, the analysis that is being reported here is coming from the household questionnaire. And in terms of analysis, we actually use a descriptive statistics and binary logistic regression to investigate the factors that could be associated with the cough among adults. Next slide. So in terms of our results, as I mentioned earlier, cough, although it's not a disease, it is something that can tell us about a disease. Cough under normal circumstance is supposed to be protective of the body. As a reflex action, it is something that helps the body to get away any irritants, which can be dust or smoke that gets into the throat. Now, when cough becomes regular or persistent, it is something that can tell us about any underlying respiratory infections. And that explains the reason why we focus this analysis on cough. And in terms of the questionnaire, we actually asked our respondents to tell us from their experiences whether they usually experience cough in the absence of any cold. And figure 1 actually shows that about 16% of our respondents experience cough even in the absence of cold. Now, for us to understand how these results actually can be disaggregated in terms of participants, primary to type, the next figure is slide 2. The next slide. So as you see in this particular slide, I displayed that cough among adults in the absence of any cold tends to be higher among households where 3-stone fire happens to be their primary stove, and they are about 18% of the total. And this is actually followed by households that use charcoal as their primary stove, and they are about 17%. And for households that use LPG, they were the most likely to report cough, and in total, they are around 12%. Now, for us to understand whether these variations are just due to chance, or there was actually some statistical significance in terms of your cook stove type and the likelihood of you developing a cough, we did some logistic regression analysis and realized that for households, after adjusting for their ages, their cook stove type, education, income, and household size, we noticed that for households that actually use LPG stoves, they had a 47% lower chance of developing a cough or reporting a cough compared to those who use a 3-stone stove. And the 3-stone stove here was our reference point. Now, the results also showed that among 3-stone households, for every additional increase in a household member, there's an 8% chance of they reporting a cough among the primary cook. And this may be indicative of the fact that in households where the membership is quite large, more cooking activities may be needed, and more likely a traditional stove or the 3-stone stove is more likely to be used. Next slide. So as mentioned earlier, this is an output about the education analysis that we did. And it's clear that for households that use LPG as their primary cook, as their primary stool, at least they have about for a likelihood of not reporting a cough compared to those that use a 3-stone fire stool. And as I mentioned earlier, for every additional increase in household size, there's an increase of 8% among the primary stool reporting a cough among the responder. Next slide. So in conclusion, this analysis actually suggests that use of solid fuel as a primary cooking fuel is associated with an increased risk of the primary cook reporting a cough among adults in Ghana. Next slide. And we'd like to acknowledge the valuable participation of all our households and countless support from Ghana Health Service, as well as Kintampo Health Research Center, and of course the CWPT. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Idoso, for this wonderful presentation. I think we have one question from Karishma Ashram. The question is, this data was collected from February to March 2021. How did you deal with those that were COVID positive and reporting a cough?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. As I mentioned earlier, we never did any clinical diagnosis of the respondents. It was based on self-reports. And what happens is that all the participants that we interviewed, none of them actually showed having a common cold, which is of course part of the symptoms of COVID-19. So clearly, even the question itself had demonstrated, the question was very specific in the absence of any cold. And having a cold and cough is part of the symptoms of COVID-19. So our participants had no COVID-19.
Okay. Any question? So if there is not one question, I have one. Did you try to look at the prevalence of tobacco smoking among your participants?
Yes, we did ask a number of questions about participants who smoke. And generally in Ghana, smoking is very low. And among the participants that we interviewed, it was highly negligible. And in terms of the regression analysis that we did, it was part of the factors that were actually adjusted for. Again, it had no impact on the results at all.
Okay. Thank you very much for this presentation. I think we will move on the third one. The third presentation will be done by Mrs. Adeshima Omolola from London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. And the presentation will be on exposure to air pollution and lung function among cassava grape processors in Ghana. Mrs. Adeshima, to you the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Musa. My name is Amalola Adeshina. Thank you to all those that have presented before me, and thank you for those that are staying to listen to this presentation on the effects of industrial air pollution on respiratory health among Gari processors in Ghana. The study was carried out in the Borno East region, and to be specific, in Kintampo South and Techiman North district. The co-authors are my supervisors, and there is no conflict of interest. Next, please. As most may or may not be aware of, Gari is made from cassava. It is a comfort food to many, and most importantly, a staple food to sub-Saharan Africa that provides a high carbohydrate yield among crop plants, hence the primary food security crop in Africa. This major staple can be used and eaten in the following ways depicted in the photos on the slide. Whenever we bring up the research focus of looking at air pollution in the Gari industry, we're faced with responses of how, that is if it's not already known, how does Gari processing have anything to do with pollution? And to just clarify, we state briefly a 5-stage process. First, how is peeled. Second, the grating and grounding phase. Third, the fermentation. Fourth, the sieving. And fifth, the stage where it's transferred into a large biomass frying pan. Next, please. Next, please. Limited evidence exists for biomass smoke exposure in occupational settings, such as the Gari processing industries. The few studies that have been published in this industry have had to do with occupational hazards and a select few on lung function abnormalities. And these studies have found increased respiratory symptoms and musculoskeletal disorders, as well as abnormal ventilatory functions. Other industries closely related to this biomass that I've looked at in kebab workers and fish smokers found similar findings. But these studies have actually only focused on aerial monitoring, qualitative and lung function assessment, and not an association between lung function and exposure. Next, please. The aim of this study was to investigate PM 2.5 and CO among Gari processors and controls. And the first objective was to ascertain the subjective and objective measure of respiratory symptoms among the groups. And secondly, to find the average concentration over a 48-hour monitoring period and when workers were on-site versus off-site. Next, please. The study approach was a cross-sectional design between exposed and non-occupationally exposed controls in the Kintampo South and Techima North districts. Among 194 participants aged 14 to 55, the workers were selected were those that were at the frying state for at least 1 year, and the controls we chose were those that were non-biomassally occupationally exposed. We did a 48-hour real-time monitoring on minute intervals using particulate and temperature sensors and LASCA monitors, as can be seen on the screen. For the spirometry assessment, we used the EZ1 Air device. For the analysis, we performed descriptive statistics, univariate and multivariate analysis. Next, please. Subjectively, 39% of workers were found to have respiratory symptoms versus 33% of controls. However, after adjusting for home cook stove, the cooking hours, and the highlighted socio-demographic variables, we found that workers were 53 times more likely to have respiratory symptoms. Now, objectively, workers were observed to have possible obstructive defects. However, this was statistically non-significant, but a significant difference was found when a restrictive pattern was assessed with more controls than workers being observed with the restrictive pattern. For the obstructive defect, this is just a reduction in the airflow when the exhalation of air is reduced. And for the restrictive pattern, it's when there's a reduction in lung volume, so difficulty in taking in air into the lungs. Next, please. When exposure concentration was assessed, we found that workers more than controls were exposed to PM 2.5. However, the concentrations of CO were not as high compared to the PM 2.5 that we found. Over the 48-hour period, workers were twice as likely to be more exposed to PM 2.5 than the controls. And the home period, workers were more exposed. But for the working period, we only focused on the workers and not the controls. That's why it's showing 0 for the PM 2.5 measurements. The sample plots on the screen show for workers and controls. The top graph plot is for the red dots for when the workers were at the work site. The blue was when they were off-site or were at home. And the gray was when they were not performing any biomass cooking related activities. At the bottom from the control, the gray was when they were not performing any biomass related activities, and the blue was when they were cooking at home. Next, please. After associating lung function indices and exposure, this study found an increase in cooking hours and age to be significantly associated with lung function abnormalities. However, when assessing for the restrictive pattern, we found a healthy worker effect, a phenomenon observed in some occupational studies, whereby workers who were severely ill, chronically disabled, unable to perform work duties, or not being agile are excluded from employment. And this restrictive pattern that was present in 62% of the controls versus 38% of workers may also be associated with the BMI, because controls were found to have higher BMI than workers. And previous studies have shown a connection between increase in BMI and lung function abnormalities. Now, this study, there were several implications the findings of this study bring about, especially with a large percentage of workers being women who go along with their children to the work sites. And from what is known on the effects of household air pollution affecting birth outcomes, child health, morbidity and mortality rates, there is a need to introduce interventions to reduce the possible impairments due to the industrial air pollution. And it will also be necessary to perform additional studies looking at the aerial and personal exposure, not only the personal exposure, seeing as the controls seem to be presenting with restrictive patterns. Next, please. I would like to say thank you to the study participants, the staff of KHSE and the advisory committee. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. Any question from the audience, please? Okay. I think there is no question. If there is no question, I have one. How can you explain the results that we found? You didn't find any association between different factors in your work and the restrictive syndrome.
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I didn't get that.
How can you explain the fact that you didn't find any restrictive disease in your population?
Sorry, did you say I didn't find any disease? I'm finding it hard to hear you, sorry. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Sorry, if you can go ahead.
I think how can you explain that you didn't find any restrictive disease in your population?
Oh, okay, sorry about that. The participants we selected were those that didn't have any prior symptoms of respiratory diseases. So we made sure to exclude those participants so that they didn't affect the outcome of the study. If that's the question you were asking.
Okay, we have also another question from Kosana Jafta. Are there any allergens or sensitizers associated with Gari?
Sorry, are there any
allergens or sensitizers associated with Gari?
That I've done? Sorry, I don't know why I'm finding it hard to hear you on this end.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Are there any allergens or sensitizers associated with Gari?
No, not that I'm aware of. We didn't conduct.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. I will give the floor to my co-chair to go on with the two last presentations.
Thank you so much, Paul. Our next presenter will be Abu Bakari Sulemana, who's going to be presenting on socio-economic determinants of household stove use, choice, and stove stacking patterns in Ghana using multinomial logit models. The floor is yours, Abu Bakari.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, the executive and then the organizing committee for this platform. So I present to you the socioeconomic determinants of household stove use and stove stacking patterns in Ghana. And as you rightly mentioned, I'm Suleiman Abubakar, and my co-authors are from my institution, the Kintampo Research Center, and also from the Columbia University and the University of California. Next slide. And we want to declare that we don't have any conflict of interest as far as this work is concerned. Next. So as I'm sure my audience is well aware, we have about a third of the world using biomass fuel, and invariably what this the use of the biomass fuel leads to what we refer in the literature as household air pollution. And we know that the household air pollution also leads to various disease outcomes. So this work, which is data from a national household survey, sought to look at the association between socioeconomic characteristics, also choice of cook stove, and then also patterns of stone use. In particular, we set out to look at or examine the primary cook specific characteristics and then household level characteristics as far as socioeconomic factors are concerned, and to use this as influencing the stove choice and use as far as this work is concerned. Next. Next slide, please. So I wouldn't dwell much on the methods because my two earlier colleagues have talked a lot about the methods, but suffice to say that for this particular work, we use some descriptive statistics as well as multinomial logistics regression to be able to achieve the aim of this work, which is to look at the primary stove use and then also the stacking patterns. And when we say stacking, we are talking about here in this work, households that have more than one stove in their household. Next, please. So this slide is showing you some of the results for the descriptive analysis for this work. So on the top left panel, we have age or the median age of the primary cooks, and then the primary stove that they use by urbanicity, rural urban. So we see clearly that for the 3-stone or the traditional cook stove, we have the older people tend to use that. So we see this trend both in the rural and urban settings. So we see clearly that we have a higher proportion of the older people using that. And then when we look at it with respect to the LPG, which is our clean form of energy that we all aspire to get to, we see that the primary cooks tend to be the age tends to be lower in relative terms. And then when you look at the top panel also on your right, here we are looking at the dedication of the primary cooks and then the primary stove that they use. And you see clearly that for the 3-stone or the traditional cook stove, it tends to have a higher, it tends to have the highest proportion of those who have not had any formal education. And then when you look at it on the other side for the LPG use, you realize that those who have tertiary education also tend to also be the highest for that for LPG use. And then when you come to the bottom left, also we are presenting to you the household income also by the primary stove. And we see also that for the 3-stone or the traditional cook stove, we see that it has more of the very poor. Most of the primary cooks belong to the very poor. And then when you look at on the other side for the LPG stove, which is the cleaner stove, we also see that the least poor also is the highest proportion in that regard. And also on the bottom left, we are also showing the household side. And then we also tend to see that those with a higher household size tend to use the traditional cook stove, while those with lower household size also tend to use LPG across both rural and urban settings. So I think in the next slide, we will try to see whether in the multinomial logistics models, whether these various factors at the individual and then household level are significant or not. Next. So here we present to you the multinomial logistics regression model, and the first column is showing you the variables. The next one is showing you also the determinants of the choice of primary cook stove for the household. And here, because it's a multinomial logistic regression, we need to have a base outcome or the reference. And the reference here is the 3-stone or the traditional cook stove. And then the last two columns, we are showing you also the output for the stove stacking. So here also we have the charcoal and then 3-stone as our base outcome that we are going to make references to. So when we look at the first, I mean the determinants of the choice of primary cook stove, we realize that households where the primary cook has some education tend to use LPG compared to the 3-stone. And so specifically when we look at the very first one, those with primary school education compared to those without any education, we see that they are about 2.4 times more likely to use LPG compared to the 3-stone primary cooks who are in these households. And the interesting observation that we see here is that as we move higher the educational ladder, i.e. when you move from primary to the JSS and then to the SHS and then the tertiary, we see that there is a higher likelihood of the primary cook using LPG than the 3-stone. And it's interesting to know that at the tertiary level, the primary cook with tertiary education are 14.4 times more likely to use LPG compared to the 3-stone. And for me, we in Ghana currently, the government policy is to promote secondary education. So those of us who are familiar, we know about the free secondary education, but of course this findings is showing clearly that probably looking at the tertiary and then making some effort for tertiary education to be more accessible will rather inure more to the energy transition that we are looking out for. And then when you move, we also in the descriptive analysis saw age also showing some trend, but in this case, we didn't find that to be significant.
The time is up for you.
And then when you also look at on the other side for the stove stacking, also we see clearly that the similar trend where people or households that have LPG
You are past your time.
charcoal. Sorry.
Can you wind up, please? You're past your time.
It's past.
Yes.
Oh. Then can I conclude, please?
Yes, please quickly conclude.
Okay, so in conclusion, the study has highlighted the fact that there are individual and then also household factors that also influence the choice of cook stove. And then this calls for the need to make clean energy more accessible to the population, and then also to do some targeting subsidy, because subsidy across board is usually very expensive. So more targeted one will be the way to go. I would like to thank our collaborators who have supported in this work, including the community and then our respondents for this work. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that presentation, Suleimani. Any questions from the audience? Any questions? I don't seem to be seeing anyone raising their hand or any questions from the question and answer chat. However, I just want to ask something. Based on the economic classification that we're using in your study, you classified all your participants as poor. Hello?
Yes, please, can you come again?
I'm saying based on the economic classification you were giving to your participants, everyone was poor.
Okay, so you are right. We could have also used a scale that will give maybe the wealthiest and then less wealthy. But I think it's from the fact that generally the socioeconomic condition is, I mean, we can talk about it as poor rather than saying wealthy. So this is just to look at the context that we are working from.
Okay, thank you. If then there is no one else with a question, we are moving on to our last presenter for this session, and it's Balogan Lekan, who is from Joseph Ayo Babalola University from Nigeria. He's going to be talking on comparative assessment of electromagnetic field and ultraviolet light on bacteria isolated from groundnut oil effluent. Balogan, the floor is yours.
Chair, I'm not sure what's happened, but Dr. Lekan was on the platform, but doesn't seem to be here anymore. I think he must have had some technical difficulties and was dropped off.
Oh, is it?
I'll check again, but currently he's not on.
Okay. So in the interim, I'm handing over back to Paul. Paul, you can take over.
Okay. Thank you very much to all for joining this last session. I think this will be the end of the session and the end of the first day for this conference. And I think we hope to have you again tomorrow to see you. Thank you.
Chair, I'm not sure if there's any one of the other co-presenters on this presentation that may wish to present on Dr. Balogan's behalf, but he's no longer on the platform.
Yeah, I think we can close the session. I would like to thank everyone for joining the session, and I think we had 5 wonderful presentations during this session, and thank you all for joining, and I think this will be the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you all. See you tomorrow morning early.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Aweka, for helping with the slides.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Rajan. A good day to you. Bye.
Thanks, Julius. Keep well.
Sure. Bye.
Bye. Waku, if you're still online, tomorrow you need to control the keynote presentations with making sure that they stick to time so we don't run over like we did today.